Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with...
You can tell that that entire process is manually done, because sometimes I'm really late and I mess up the timing, as in like the transitioning between screens, and like me playing my BGM. It's not even my BGM, by the way. I steal this stuff. I own none. I know none of this. I own like nothing. This is, I don't know how many times I've mentioned it. I don't think I mentioned it in my live stream like description either, because it's one of my small worries that's like, I feel like YouTube wouldn't detect it if I didn't put any sort of textual indication in the description to say that what this is. But if I do that, they might detect it. So I'm using the lo-fi. I use the I juggle between the lo-fi tracks and like the original tracks, I think, of the Superliminal OST. Superliminal is a game, it's like a 3D puzzle walking sim, where you change your perspective on things and then they become bigger or smaller. And it's a great game. I love the game. It's one of my favorites. And the OST has caught me in a web of like, this is perfect. And I decided to use it and steal it for my streams. It's only a matter of time before like they come down and destroy me, but like, you know, until then I want to enjoy being able to pretend like I can use this OST. Also at this point, it's like it's engraved in my personal headspace. That's like, you know, this is stream music. This isn't even like, I feel as though if I eventually, maybe in a few years, like once I've forgotten about the game enough, if in a few years I play Superliminal again, like I do it on stream as just a replay, and maybe I just give my thoughts on it as I play it, I'll get to some parts of the game where there's music. I'll be like, what the hell? They're playing my stream music. It's like not realizing, wait, like at least until like 2 seconds later, oh no, hold on, I steal my stream music from this game. Oh, regardless. Thought some old philosophers said free will did not exist. So free will is not a myth, probably. The philosophical debates, so one of the troubles with philosophical debates of free will and freedom is like, so okay, you could, there's trouble and there's no trouble, right? The difficulty, where there's no difficulty is in the fact that most contemporary like thinkers, or just thinkers in history in general, honestly, don't, like, they subscribe to at least some extent of free will, right? And here's the reason why. Because if you don't, say that you think, you know, free will is a myth, everything is determined, you know, the universe is unraveling as it should be and we have no agency. If you really believe that, and there's no way to disprove that, right? But if you do, and if this is the premise of which you mount the argument, because, you know, there's no, you don't really arrive to this point, it's kind of difficult to. So if you just start with this point, it becomes a lot harder to work with it to do anything else, right? So say you do think, okay, there's no free will, no agency, whatever, blah blah. Okay, now what? You know, what else do you think about? What else do you just kind of sit there and it's like, all right, that's it, that's the argument, okay, let's all go home. Like, your philosophy job is done. You're not clocking into the next week of 9 to 5 because all the work that could possibly be done has already been done. Anyways, but yeah, and the concept of free will is both easy and difficult to answer, because it's difficult in that you can't really, like, you know, destroy the argument, or you can't, you know, verily prove one or the other. But it's easy in the sense that, like, okay, so say that you do subscribe to absolute no agency, well then there's not much else to say, like, that's it, okay. So most thinkers subscribe to some idea, like some form, some extent of free will. There's the more radical extreme ends, of course. There's more like There's, you know, the people who kind of believe that there's some extent of free will, but there's some extent where things happen and agents. There's a lot of work to be done in that space. It's not for me though, but it's cool to think about, I guess. Hi, first time here. Sorry that it's your first time here and I just launched into that. I didn't like I was I forgot I'm like streaming a video game. I'm a VTuber. Hi, I'm Charis Euphranor. I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, and today we're playing Slay the Princess. That's what we're doing today. We are slaying a princess as opposed to 2 days ago when we were like raising one. Sorry, and I just was taking a look at my pre-chat and I was just commenting on something someone said. What would yeah, so sorry, anyways. Have you experienced Slay the Princess at least once? No, I've never played Slay the Princess before. I have never played this game before. This is new to me, and I'm excited because a lot of people I know and people I don't know have told me that the game is really good. So I guess, you know, the game's really good. Maybe, probably. What would Nietzsche play through? What would Nietzsche's playthrough of this game look like? I don't know what his playthrough of this would look like because I don't quite understand the nature of the game. I suppose he would. Nietzsche is also like one of the most confusing people. If you haven't already, I think there's a second part to it too. Philosophy Tube does an interesting kind of dive into misconceptions of Nietzsche, including some that I had as well. Like I didn't know I had certain misconceptions until I actually watched the video and I looked up the sources that she linked in. I was like, oh wow, okay, interesting. But yeah, so I don't know. That there's a prerequisite knowledge of knowing how Friedrich Nietzsche would make decisions in a video game, or like just, you know, if he were to, and that is, I think, an amount. That's knowledge I thought I had, but I actually don't. After I watched the Philosophy Tube video, I realized I don't know shit about Friedrich Nietzsche. I thought I did, but I guess I don't. Damn. I know myself and a lot of people recommended it. It reminds me a bit of Stanley Parable's Watch, which is why I thought you'd like it. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I do enjoy the gaslight premise of the game already. Like just conceptually, I think that's kind of cool. And I do think it allows you to play with your head. It kind of plays with your head a bit. You go with the Bioshock answer? What's the Bioshock answer? I've never actually played Bioshock. Beautifully illustrated, and every choice can be seen from both points of view. That's cool. I can't wait. I'm excited too. Don't think we have free will because our environment has so much influence on us that probably all of our choices can be traced to our past and our current physical condition. So what does that mean? When you say we don't have free will at all, are you arguing like, you know, the complete extreme of like, there is no such thing. There is zero agency. There is zero will. Like we're just all victims of the universe's like chess game. Like, what are you saying? Right? Because if that's what you're saying, there's a lot of difficult things that problems you're gonna have to deal with after that. For example, okay, then why do we imprison people? Why do we put them in jail? Why is there any moral argument to do that? Not why do we do that? You can argue that, oh, we do that as well because the universe has deemed it so, whatever, like no one's making any decisions. That can fall into that bracket as well. But why do we feel a compulsive need to morally justify throwing some people in prison, for example? And not just because, oh, I feel like it, right? Hi, jails, bro. Okay, that's... Why do you make decisions? Like, why did you choose to click into the VTuber stream? Is it really just because like the universe has willed you to and you had no choice in it? Is this funny? What's funny? Why is it funny? What is the sensation of humor in comedy? Didn't Nietzsche die from a tummy ache? I don't know what he... I think so. Is this the pristine cut version? Yes, it is. The environment has an effect on us and the decisions we will be forced to make, but ultimately I think those decisions are up to us, therefore we do have free will to an extent. Yeah, that's a good like kind of beginner peel into it, I think. Most people's answers lie in the middle, most thinkers as well. There's better formulated ones than what I could ever say, but you know, that you could of course read in your own time. Okay, so jails is like, okay, that I think prison systems kind of fall under a different lens, like they fall under a different thing. So if you like, that was a sort of ham-fisted attempt at me to sort of beg the question, I suppose. maybe something that would make more sense for me to say that carries the same sentiment would be, why do we feel the sense to blame people for things? Why do we like to look at certain things, example, and look and say, well, that's this person's fault, or oh, that's their people's faults? And why is it unintuitive to think, well, no one's ever at fault ever, there is no such thing as fault, because we kind of just sprang into being? Why is that unintuitive, right? If that's the case, I'm not saying you can't ever make an argument for no free will at all. I'm just saying that if you want to, it's quite difficult. There are a lot of things you need to think about and address if you want to say that, like, so it's like one of the harder answers and probably one of the more interesting ones. If you want to make like, but yeah, so if you're kind of in the middle, like there's some level of determinism, but there's also some level of agency. Congratulations, your take is like cold cold as ice. So is mine though. Like I'm with you in the middle camp, and our takes are cold. Okay, like it's not inspiring, it's not very provocative, it's not interesting to say, oh well, our environment does play a role, but we also to some extent make our own choices. Like if you say that, that's a big, like, you're not saying anything. But in fairness, that's what I think too. So we're in this together is what I'm trying to say. The Princess is very much deep thinking. You gotta let your mind bend when playing. That's, well, I'm not a stranger. No backseating or spoilers here. Yeah, please, no backseating or spoilers in general, please. Okay. Completely unrelated, what do you think about the death penalty? I don't know every person on Earth. I wish I did, but I don't. Because as much as I want to say, intuitively speaking, I want to assert, and there's a temptation to assert it as a universal truth, right? To say that I believe people generally are capable of change for the better, right? I want to believe that, I really do. But two problems arise out of this. I don't know all the people to ever exist. Okay, and it's hard to know them. I could maybe count on one hand, or okay, I know like 10 people that I've known so long and so well that I could definitely make the assertion that yes, they are like 100% with 100% guarantee, like they are people who are capable of change, right? Like, but I don't know everyone. Some people just, you know, maybe they aren't and they never will. And it's definitely the harder thing to forgive and to help than it is to just, you know, disregard and like destroy. But I enjoy the harder option, maybe, I guess. That said, what I want to say, and I'm tempted to assert it as a universal truth, that people are capable of change, that it's founded on nothing. It's founded on nothing other than, like, you know, I'm just kind of hopeful. So I'm not a fan, I suppose, because like I feel as though I think the when you boil it down, the death penalty, the idea of the death penalty, or like an execution, I suppose, which might be actually, you know, kind of close to, kind of relevant to what today's game is, right? Is gonna be a giving up of sorts. The death penalty to me is when you boil it down, is giving up on the person. We have given up on society and our ability to rehabilitate and to facilitate and to make sure that this person is not a problem anymore, or to be able to reconcile their perhaps gross or terrible behavior with the way the public receives it, and therefore cause, like, you know, frustration and upset in the community. So like these things are not easy to do. Like, I'm not saying this shit is easy to do. I just feel as though the death penalty is a shortcut. It's just like it's a slightly easier way. Now, I'm not saying, you know, it's easier to kill someone than to just put them in jail. Putting them in jail, just throwing them in a jail cell is the easiest thing, which is why we do it so much. We do it so much because it's easy, it's fast, and it's efficient, right? If it was like, in the sense that, like, it's compared to, not in itself it's fast and relative, no, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's easiest and fastest relative, and most efficient relative to what else we could do with criminals that doesn't cause like terrible upset in the community, in like communities and societies of people, right? Someone hates the fence-sitting centrist answer. Fence-sitting I don't like, but there are some opinions I have that are relatively centrist. But I will concede and admit that a lot of the opinions I have that would be regarded as centrist opinions are because I haven't spent enough time thinking about it. Like I haven't thought about it enough, which is why I would think that. I haven't spent enough time thinking about everything. I'm only one person, and I'm not very good at it. I enjoy it, but I'm not very good thinking about things, I mean. But because it's enjoyable, I just do it a lot. Best of luck, like to lurk and listen. Thank you very much for the stream. Thank you. You're welcome. I haven't even started the stream, but thank you for thanking me. You will police the chat to make sure you have a good experience. You can do that. I mean, you don't have mod rights. No one here has mod rights. No one is a mod. Like a serial killer that cannibalizes their victims. I don't know if there's rehabilitation there. Yeah, like I wouldn't even know where to begin. Like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with that person and how we can address that and move forward. Like I didn't do psych, all right? I didn't do it. I did like one psych course and then I got like a D+. I think it's the lowest university grade I'd ever received was because I did like a psych 101 because I watched a bunch of Michael Vsauce Stevens videos thinking like, yeah, I love psychology. Thinking it would be that, like, and it's just not that. Yeah. It's close to home. Grandmother was terminal before she died. Begged to be, but was denied. I see. At least you got to stay at home and not at a nursing home. That's good. That is yeah, that is, there's some peace to be found in that for sure. Didn't Albert Camus make a book about his opinions on public executions? I think he did. He probably did. This is something Camus must have commented on. But if you already got someone locked up and there's no risk that they'll escape, why kill them? Talking about people who can't get life sentence. Well, public upset could be one of the reasons, I imagine. Just like very quickly, right? We want the witch dead, you know, all that. And also like, you know, oh, it's a waste of resources to keep that person alive because they're not contributing to society, blah, blah, blah. Again, there's tons of debates about this that are interesting. I personally am not as well versed in that as I would like to be, but I have thought about it. All right, I'm launching the game now. We're going to play it so I don't stall too long. If I sound a bit sick or like tired, it's because I'm very sick and tired and I'm masking the sick and tiredness. So it only sounds like I'm a little sick and tired, but I'm actually very sick and tired. Especially after yesterday's stream. I'm happy about yesterday's stream though. For once, I think out of all the character streams we've done, I've always been like, I don't really like that, or like I've always only been thinking about, okay, here's how I improve it, here's how we do make it better. Yesterday's one was nice. You still hungover? I'm not hungover at all. That wasn't enough. That was not enough alcohol to get me hungover. I knew that too. Okay. Hold on. That's a little creepy. Okay. This is a horror game? Oh, fuck. There's flickering image effects as well as parallax effects that on rare occasions have caused motion sickness. Oh, fuck. What did I get into? I thought this was like... I didn't know this was a horror game. What? Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. Oh shit, I forgot I'm not streaming it yet. Let me, hold on. I didn't know the game started. I thought I was trying to get to settings. I was trying to get to settings. I didn't know it started. Give me one moment. There's some body cosmic horror, but it's not scary. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No headaches or tummy troubles? No, not at all. I know what my limit is for drinking. And it's very high. So I can't, you know what? One of the great things about being broke is like you can kind of afford not to. And like being broke and having a high tolerance is like your wallet is usually the limit more than like your body is. So you don't have to worry, oh, what if I get like a headache? I gotta watch my drinking. No, I don't. Whatever I can afford is the limit. It's more existential horror. That's fine. Like Stanley Parable. I will admit, okay, not for the Stanley Parable, but when I played Portal 2 for the first time, it was a little, like I was a little freaked out, just like a little mildly freaked out for some parts of Portal 2. Okay, hold on. There we are. Shit. Don't ignore the Love and Deep Space in the background. Okay. You can see it, right? And hear it too. Tax return's more scary than the scares in this game. Okay, good. We can deal with it then. I'm 60 years old after all. That's nothing new to me. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. That's what I thought, right? That's what I thought was like, oh, it's a love story. That's great. I'll play it during the month where I play love games, like love and dating sim games. Was what I thought. And then I booted up the game just now, about 2 minutes ago, and I heard the ominous like background SFX, and I'm now a little worried. Well, I guess this also doubles as the October month special, huh? Okay, that's fine. That's fine too. I'll play it windowed. I don't mind playing it windowed. Love story, all right. Perfect. That's perfect for this game. Okay. Yeah, keyboard, mouse. Shift A for accessibility. Cool. Advanced dialogue and enter the interface. Advanced dialogue without selecting choices. Tab to skip dialogue. Escape to access the menu. Okay, so I'll just remember to escape. Quick save and quick load. I don't need to do this. Where's the volume? There it is. Flickering images, oil effect, parallax. All right, okay, sure. Skip. No, let's not skip anything. Auto advanced text, no. Is there like an objectively like you reach this ending if you're a gamer? That's the one I'll get, right? Is it? How's the volume actually? It's a bit too low right now from what I can see, so let's bring it a bit higher. Really quiet? Okay, we can bring it up. A true ending or best ending? No, I just meant like an ending where you have to be really good at the game, or like you have to be really smart with your choices to get. But that's just me bullshitting, don't worry. It's not, that doesn't mean anything. That wasn't a genuine question is what I was trying to say. Okay. Linking, wait, what? Linking CTC. Oh, right, whatever, we'll have that. Subtitle language. Yep. Board, accessibility. Cool. You get the true ending early. You get the Hello Kitty Swiftblade. Hell yeah. Okay. Can't say more without spoiling. Great. We'll just start it then. What's the There's no Sans Undertale Genocide rap boss fight. Ah, damn. I was looking forward to that too. Wow, we're starting the game 30 minutes into the stream. Let's just adjust the volume a bit more. Okay. Without further ado, this is Slay the Princess. This all works, right? This is all good? Okay. Slay the Princess, the pristine cut. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. Is this voiced, or am I gonna have to read through everything as well?
You're on a path
in
the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright. Oh, we can like, okay. Sorry, let me just, is there like a lower graphics settings just in case it starts lagging? I guess not. That's fine. Explore the end of the world. What are you talking about? Explore. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? There's a lot of considerations to make, I suppose, yes. Do I get some sort of reward? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet. I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Okay. I think my question would be to ask for context.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Still a bit confusing to me. Tell me if the volume's fine. Again, I'm testing audio right now. How can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Have you considered that maybe she's doing... Okay, yeah. And these are the options. That's... What I would do right now is probably, yeah, like, if... I'm not gonna do it if you don't tell me why that's necessary. Because it's not just, oh, I have to kill her. It's also like, that's a... There's a risk that it poses on me as well.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out. Which she will, unless you do something about it.
Sounds good, okay. Okay. What happens if she gets out then? I want specifics.
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature.
No, I'm sure...
And when they do, everything will come crashing.
I disagree. I feel as though if I have all the understanding necessary to determine the context clues needed to figure out, you know, where the danger is, how to deal with it, it would actually help me with my job, right? Wouldn't it? Do you have any evidence?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far.
I didn't.
You might as well reach the end of your journey.
I didn't. I spawned here. What are you talking about? I spawned here. Have you considered that the world ends because she's locked up? No, they probably have. I feel like that's not a question worth asking. We've asked all the questions, and the narrator is sort of going on to, okay, just do it, man. Just because we told you to, and, you know, you're on your way already, you might as well do it. It's not enough justification for me to, you know, act. Because if you gave me a sufficient reason, I could do it. But I wasn't given sufficient reason. Especially because of the nature of the job, I'm assuming. Fuck, what do I say? I feel as though if I do too many explore options, something happens. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say that she is, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Okay, I'm sold. Let's do it. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. No, I feel like we can't. Oh, that's true. We could be gaslit. We could be gaslit by either of these parties. Now that I'm thinking about it, the thing is, how does a graphic novel lag? You overestimate my library computer. The thing with this right now is I understand the premise of the game is like the princess is going to say whatever she needs to say to get you to not kill her, and the idea is, you know, you can't trust her, but also it's like you can't trust the narrator either, who's just kind of put you on this path to go and slay her. There's no grounding for which I should trust anybody in this game. I feel like I know it looks like I'm overthinking this, but I do think my first ending matters, okay? I do think it matters a little bit. What would I do if okay, well, I don't know, because I just spawned in the middle of someone else's story is essentially what happened. If I just spawned in and someone told me to kill someone else, would I just do it? Realistically speaking, I wouldn't do it, but I want to play the video game, so I would say yes. So what should I do here? Can someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
I'm not doing it then.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
You can't, you're just insisting. That doesn't matter. I'm gonna go talk to her and I'll see who I can trust.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed.
That doesn't mean anything. This holds no substance to me right now.
Go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
That doesn't mean anything. You're like, oh, the world will end if it happens.
To the cabin.
You're not justifying your premises.
Within.
Or rather, you're sort of just moving with loaded premises, is what I'm trying to say.
We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Oh, this is the voice of the hero.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't know. I feel like he has some clue. Proceed into the cabin. Trust yourself and explore your mind. I know. I trust myself enough.
Almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'll take it.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
I shouldn't have done that, actually. I don't think I would have done that. Okay, I wouldn't. Realistically, here's the thing, right? I want to say that if it were me, I just wouldn't go in the first place. Really, if I didn't have strong enough justification to commit an act of, execution, I wouldn't do it. Even with enough sufficient justification, I might hesitate. But there's a level that's like, but I am playing a video game. Like, I'm a player in a video game and I kind of want to see what's going on and what happens. I feel as though if I were making choices like myself as a person, I would just fuck off. But we're playing a game, so let's see. Let's go in. This is terrifying already.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I'm adjusting my audio. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna put voice volume a bit higher. Sorry about that.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Okay.
Who's there?
It's me,
She
your
sounds
executioner.
dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in
That's my
charge
voice,
down
never
here.
mind.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of
But
the
it's his voice of the
manipulation.
hero, it's not like voice of me though, right? So just checking in. Just checking in, just seeing if you're alright. I'll continue down.
You're still listening to reason.
Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that the narrator
Walk
liked
down the
my
stairs
choice.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Okay.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Not really, I'm here to explore. I just want to know what's going on. This locks me into a route, I'm pretty sure. It has to, right? I haven't decided yet, actually.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
No. No, you haven't earned my trust enough for me to drop my weapon yet.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
That's not very reasonable. That's just... She hasn't earned my trust yet.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Drop it or tighten my grip? I'm gonna tighten my grip.
You
No.
ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You haven't earned my trust yet, ma'am.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Well, can you tell me why?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
If you're so dangerous that you must be chained in a basement, a knife is not the way to do it. Like, I really should be given better weaponry, right? Again,
So,
and if that's
you
not the
should
case,
just
someone
drop
should
it.
tell me.
Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
No,
She's
I
armed.
want you to talk to me.
If
I
you
want to know.
hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Are you sure she's not unarmed? What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us? I'm sorry, can we just talk? That's what I want to do.
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far.
Is there a jump scare? Me scrolling through the Markiplier Let's Play Five Nights at Freddy's video, going into the comments for the timestamps. Sorry, ears.
No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
No, you're not. You misunderstand, madam. Like, you are not in a position to negotiate.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Fuck, she got me there. I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
Terrible. Ugh.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something.
It's like a false ultimatum. Like, I'm not trapped in these choices.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Fucking.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
Oh, well. We have no choices. It's either to drop the blade or slay the princess. Why is she okay? Why is she really kind of okay with us killing her though? She seems indifferent to her own life, which is strange to me. It is a cause for suspicion, and because of this, is it enough to just justify killing her? I don't think so. I can't do it. Like, I don't, there's no good reason to other than the game's like, come on, you want us, just the title of the game is to slay the princess. I want to drop the blade.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious.
I meant to do that more gracefully. I meant to sort of set it aside, where I could easily pick it up again, or maybe to, you know, sheath it. That was what I intended to do, really, but that's fine.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
My game is frozen. Fuck. Oh my god, that scared me. I thought
you stepped forward to speak with the princess.
It wasn't the jump scare was like I thought my game crashed for a second. Oh. At your better judgment, you step forward to speak with her unarmed.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Talk. A relationship? Are you coming on to me? What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Okay, Your Majesty, tell me why I shouldn't kill you.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Note the lack of detail. I mean, it could just be because she's like tired of it. I can see some justification for her attitude. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
No, I think she deserves some
That's
transparency.
cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Well, it's a hypothesis. I don't think it's a very strong one, though, and I would like you to prove me wrong, since I think you have a self-interest. Your self-interest in this would show that, you know,
If I'm supposed
you would attempt to show me
capable
that
of
it's
ending
wrong.
the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
They haven't told me anything. Honestly, you haven't either. I just want someone to tell me something. I haven't told enough. That's like the last. That's the last option I'm picking, because I've just not been told enough at all. I was hoping you'd tell me.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her.
No, I don't.
She doesn't have to know how to destroy
I
the
don't
world.
believe her. I don't do that.
At the end
That's
of the
true.
day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
It absolutely is, and you're just making it very hard. I want to be charitable. I want to trust you, madam, like your highness, but you're not making it easy.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Yes, of course.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Yeah.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
No, that's not what I want to hear at all. In fact, if you said any of those things, I probably would have just killed you. I'm going to be honest. If there was like, that was all there was to the story, like, you need to tell me why someone wants you dead. Okay? That would be a convincing reason for me to go, okay, I can see the motive for why they would want to pin the end of the world on you. If you're like, no, I'm innocent and I've never done anything wrong in my life, I hold an orphanage and I take care of little kids, That I'm immediately putting the blade to your throat. Like, okay?
But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
It's worth, like, information in my head I can gather for the next playthrough, okay?
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
Why are you so level-headed about your potential demise? Where's
She's
the
wrong.
option for that?
This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose
It's about
everything.
both those things.
All for the
It's
sake
about a
of
lot of
one
things.
person.
There's no such
The
one
subjugating
thing that it's
monarch, no
about.
less.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
A knife for your chains? I just don't think that would work.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade.
I am holding
She
my
isn't suggesting what
blade,
I
right?
think she's suggesting.
Oh, like for her arms to cut her arm
She
off.
is. I'm sure of it.
That's what she's suggesting. Okay. Here's what I've gathered so far. I've been sent on a task by a mysterious man in my head who's telling me to do something, okay? Now, I could just go do it and not think about it, but obviously that's not what we're here for. And realistically, I don't just do things just because someone says so, unless it's someone I, trust. And I don't trust this fucking person at all. I spawned here in the middle of this, like, forest, and I walked into this cabin as far as I'm concerned. And now I've been told to kill someone or not kill someone. When confronted with this, the person or the victim I have been commissioned to kill. Is that the word? Have I been commissioned to do this? Contracted? I think, am I a contracted killer? Am I just a knight on a good deed? Like, what's going on? I don't know. Anyways. And the prospective victim seems to be somewhat apathetic towards her own potential demise. She seems indifferent, and that is very strange to me. That makes me think that because of this, there is no meaningful choice I can make. Like, I feel as though if I walked away, there is a possibility she turns into a demon. If I kill her, there's the same possibility. I unleash the monster within her, whatever. There's a numerous amount of options. I'm trying to talk to her to at least get her side of the story, and she's not willing to give it, frankly speaking. She's not. She doesn't care to. She's like, fuck it, kill me, whatever. That is weird to me, because she's not acting out of her self-interest, it seems. She doesn't seem to care about anything. I don't like her vibe either. How long have we been down here?
Too long.
All right, well, we're exhausting all the dialogue options. I guess we'll explore this one as well.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
That's true. It's hard not to agree with that. Flawless logic. And sharp definition. Okay, we've talked enough, I think.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
No, I haven't, but like the game is not giving me more information.
You know why you're here.
I don't. Okay, getting out of here, slay the prince. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here. We can slay her, examine the chains, or keep her locked away. Let's see. What's the worst that happened? What's the worst that could happen if I kill her? Actually, a ton of terrible things could. I was gonna say, you just kill her, and it is what it is, right? Well, but this the scope of this story seems to be somewhat fantastical. I could imagine her a beast spawning outside of her, and that's why she's indifferent. Like, I can imagine it's because if you kill her, a negative consequences happens to her anyways, and if you don't, like, she'll die. she's got a bomb in her or something. Who knows? Like, what if we kill her and it sets off a bomb, right? And if we don't kill her, the bomb just sets off anyways in 10 days. That's why she's indifferent to her situation. She's like, oh, fuck it. I'm a doomed woman on this planet anyways. That's I'm not gonna look at chat, by the way, until like I make a decision and go down one route, maybe. Okay. If there really was such a huge urgency for this situation, the narrator would have done everything in his power to persuade me and explain to me why this needs to be done. If it was in the self-interest of the narrator, or, you know, the people, you know, everyone, it's doomed for everything, right? If there was such an urgency for this decision, people would have wanted to make sure that I was down this path and I was stalwart and I was unwavering and I had, you know, no reason not to kill her. Or they would have given me a gun and I could have shot her from outside, like, the basement. Or we could have thrown poison. We could have thrown a poison gas grenade in. There's, like, again, I know this is medieval fantasy, but it's I'm really emphasizing and stressing the fantasy bit of this. So I just failed to see any sense of urgency here in this situation. I'm gonna keep her locked away.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
It's not a compromise. It's like
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Okay, well, give me a reason why then, narrator.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Because killing her does not guarantee anything, is the angle I'm going at. I think, okay, now that I'm thinking about it again, I think the game is nudging me in the direction that's like, no, killing her actually does guarantee an outcome. I'm trying to say it actually doesn't matter, but maybe that's my, like, pessimism. Maybe I'm looking towards the fantasy part of the game a bit too much. And I'm not thinking it, you know, rationally, I guess. As fellow humans, what would happen?
And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
Yeah, okay, that's the button. You're gonna regret it if you don't help me, says the potentially eldritch horror. I just don't think I would, like, you would want me to, like, it would benefit me to help you at all. I also don't think it would benefit me at all to like not to kill her. So I was gonna walk away. Like, I wish the narrator would give me more reason to do it, I suppose, is my in-universe coping for being unable to make a decision.
Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Wow, I really am walking away from the lever in the trolley, huh? Yeah, this is what I would realistically do. I would just leave her locked and I will walk away.
I know
it might be a bad.
This is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
It's not a compromise, and I'm not winning. No one is winning. I'm just walking away from this decision because I've been given the opportunity to. I don't think I want to make any choices until I've been given sufficient amount of reasoning.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
The game's gonna be like, you stupid fence-sitting motherfucker.
You're making a mistake.
And then they're gonna, like, jump scare me. He's gonna, like, Bonnie is gonna come out.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the
I don't do that.
stairs.
I would never do that. I would never turn my back on her. I would just walk away facing that direction.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
No, there won't be. Like, you wouldn't hold the grudge on this.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
If she was so powerful, then why would it matter if I helped her here? Why would she give a fuck about me if, like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, if you're like a cultist in a cult. I could never understand being like a cultist in a cult circle and having a sense of self-preservation. You know what I mean? When you're like summoning the eldritch horror. Because if you're just reckless and you don't give a fuck, you're just like, if you're kind of like, you know in Jujutsu Kaisen, like there's this volcano guy. There's this guy with the volcano head, and he's, he's going like, I don't care, I just want to summon Sukuna. I feel it like, and he always is like, it doesn't fucking matter if like we summon him and he kills me. I literally don't care about my own life. I just think the world is like I would die happy knowing that he was summoned. Like that's consistent and makes sense to me. Okay, what I mean is the people who are delusional enough to think, okay, I've summoned you, Sukuna, you will grace upon me or blessings or whatever. No, if it's an evil eldritch horror entity, especially so at least, and if not, there's no guarantee either. How the hell do you know that your efforts in helping this process will be rewarded in any way? You really don't, and you shouldn't expect to know anyways. That said, let's assume she is an eldritch horror beyond our comprehensions and we help her. There's nothing at all. In fact, my exposure to certain types of stories and media actually play against this, or play into this idea. Like, she has no reason to turn around and help us either in any way, or to spare us any sort of mercy. I'm not tempted at all.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
Oh, that's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her. No, we're getting out of here.
Death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
Well, why are you like, I'm gonna die, but whatever, man. All right, you do what you want. Like that, you can't, you cross your arms and go, all right, that's your choice. It is what it, like, you can't, if it is your life at stake and you were a, presumably mortal being who has some sense of self-preservation.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Well, I wouldn't have to.
Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
No, I'm fucking off. I'm leaving.
It isn't long before you start to drift
I'm walking away from the cabin to go home to my family.
But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there.
Oh, fuck.
Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
No, I'm getting the hell out of there.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
The fact that you want me to help you because there is a capacity for me to help you does not allow me, like, lends me the idea that you are not, well, close enough to omnipotence that I should be worried.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
Shouldn't be my fucking job to deal with this.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your
I wouldn't be doing this. My idea to keep her locked away was like, all right, I've looked at the situation. It doesn't help me. I'm fucking off. I'm getting out of the cabin. I'm getting out of these woods. But like, the character is now stuck in the cabin, which is annoying.
Here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Look, listen, ma'am. Like, if you were gonna get out of here anyways, like, my help would not, like, would that have saved you that much? Are you that petty? If so, well, then it's like, I'm fucked, I guess.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
No, I'm gonna sleep. No, fucking walk away! Fuck, I'm going to sleep.
Ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing.
There's no run option. That pissed me off. It's fine.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can. And
this is where they jump scare me. This is where you timestamp the bit in the VOD where it's like jump scare warning.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar. Its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Well, I mean...
Thanks
Oh,
for
fuck.
helping me get
Oh,
out of
fuck.
that
Oh, fuck.
awful basement.
You're welcome, madam. Hey, I didn't kill you. I didn't kill you, okay? I didn't kill you.
You try and stumble to your
Oh,
feet,
shit.
but as the princess draws near, it's
I guess
as
I'm
though
dead.
your body
All right.
simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves.
I suppose I'm dead.
First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Alright, it's over then.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe
She's
I
terrifying.
can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
We don't have those, Your Highness.
What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Why would you? Like, what use do you have for some fucking guy like me? I'm just some guy.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath.
This is terrifying.
Your
Like, I'm
heart
actually...
freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
Seconds left to do what? To kill myself with the
Let's
knife?
say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
I would have just walked away.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Alright, well, I mean... Chapter 2? What? I thought we would reset back to the cabin.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of
Actually,
the world.
no, I'm not. Fuck you. I'm not doing this shit. In a terrible sense of deja vu. Hasn't this happened already? Okay, no, but I died. What am I doing here? You're gonna kill me again. Proceed to the cabin. Let's fucking leave.
I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there.
Voice of the paranoid.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Back where I came from, I presume. I didn't just spawn here, did I? Okay, fine. You're persistent. I'll go to the cabin. I'll say the princess. Lie. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. I'm just gonna quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
This is not my business.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to
Oh,
the cabin.
fuck.
How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Oh, fuck. Turn around again and I'm
Really
leaving
keen
again.
on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's
I'm not gonna do it.
selfish,
I
if you
won't.
ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Aren't I dead? Shouldn't I be really, busy floating in the cosmic abyss?
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy.
Alright, I guess I'm not dead then.
What's going on? Where are we?
What's going on?
It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
I think, yes. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by textured nothingness. It is quiet. Yeah, that's the sensation of death I was looking for. There's a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Oh, okay. Yeah, killed by the cosmic horror. Feel its probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty so I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. It's not. Wake up. Ah, fuck. I got an achievement. The achievement was denial.
In the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
No, you can skip previous season dialogue with hitting tab on your keyboard or on. Okay, so that's... I feel like, you know, on a meta level, that allows me to know that, yes, the game has reset. I'm walking away. Fuck this shit. Everything I did just now was what I would do if a reset really did happen, right? So I'm walking away.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Fuck out of here. Guess it's none of my business. Lie. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Yeah, I'm gonna lie.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine.
I'm just gonna walk the path that came from.
I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
No, it's not like, oh, I'm free from any sort of moral, like, dilemma because I choose to walk away from the problem. That's not... Okay, I realize now that that's what the choice looks like. I realize that. But in my defense, what I'm... Okay, that is what I'm doing, yeah. It is what I'm doing. They got me there, I think. Let me think about this for a bit. Yeah, I want to know what happens if I don't do anything, I guess. Because it seems as though I've been spurred into an urgency that I don't know the origin of. And I feel as though that urgency to me would be, and this is again, maybe a bit of a metagame level. Part of my frustration, you know, in a good way again, right? Part of what I didn't like about the narrator and the princess were neither of them gave me any cause, any reasoning, any just small, even if it was a justification I could doubt, justification for why the situation was urgent, right? And the fact that they hesitate to do that leads me to believe that it's not that urgent. And if it's not that urgent, then I'm not dealing with it.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
Fucking bullshit.
How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after.
No, fuck that.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
You're really following the not my problem mentality. It's not that it's not my problem. It would be if you, like, tell me why I should care about it at all to any effect. Even if it was anyone's problem, I would do it. As it stands now, like, we kind of know that the princess is a horrific cosmic entity that is going to kill us. I'm just interested in self-preservation. But even if we didn't know that, like, why would me going to kill her matter anyways? Okay, and I hope that this is not, again, me metagaming a little bit, comparing it to some other experiences I've had in different games. I hope that when you go to kill her, the game's just kind of like, congratulations, you killed her, and then you rewind in the loop. Or maybe if that's what the game does, I would like for there to be something more out of that too. And I say this because, as far as I'm concerned, when was this game released? This game came out in 2023. They had a lot of time to, you know, think about this relative to the release of something like the Stanley Parable, where, you know, you do everything the narrator tells you to do and then you get the good ending and that's it, and there's like a sense of strange hollow emptiness before it loops you back here again. If I were to go and just straight up just cut her throat, I would hope that the game serves me a bit more than that, but we'll see later as we explore the game. I don't care, I'm not killing for this. Good, maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
I really am just fighting the game.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
I just feel as though there's no way out of this. The princess is just going to destroy me either way. Yeah, well, I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place. That's what I would do.
Choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Okay.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
I don't like
that. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick.
The art's quite nice, by the way. I do like the art.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And
I think I've gone and lost it.
The cabin. An infinite fractal
I've
of
gone
paths
mad.
And cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
I would just enjoy a bit more clarification.
You've doomed us all. You know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
I just don't think there's so much of an urgency in this.
Aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Chapter 2, The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Why is there a chapter 1 and a chapter 2?
And you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You aren't kidding. She actually ended the world last time, didn't she? What the hell is she? Oh, you bastard. You're in it. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. I died. The whole world ended. What am I doing here? These walls weren't here last time.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense.
That's crazy.
If there weren't any walls in the woods,
so narrator's the gaslight.
Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
And the princess is like girl bossing. Am I gatekeep? Is this the Trinity?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's a captive audience.
Thanks, contrarian.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
It really is always just British people telling me what to do and what to think, huh?
By ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever? Then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
There's no task. I'm not beholden to your games. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay that princess.
I can tell when you're lying, right?
Yeah, probably. There's a little lie bracket there, yeah.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
He is the voice of the contrarian. That would be annoying.
Let's keep an open mind.
There's not much to do in this open mind, is there, than to do the very thing we're told.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Maybe this is the only way we can kill her.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Yeah, I do think that's true.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally
Realistically,
no idea what to
we're not
expect
going
and
into
no
this place,
idea
but
what
I
we're
guess we
dealing
are
with.
railroaded into it. That's fine.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, and when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
If you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep
Also,
into your
what
heart.
is going on with the world anyways at this
Lose
point?
yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
In the music, the moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only have one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow, because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Yo.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
How do you ignore
How?
the stressful
Even if we
geometry?
closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
That's
I'm
true.
not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
That's true. That is something I did expect.
What you're seeing
from the
here
game.
is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror and take the blade.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes, it would actually.
You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
I see.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Let's look at the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see.
Damn, I can't. Oh,
This really isn't funny.
wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous
It
you
was
look.
me all along. I was the monster.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
We already saw the hand. What else is left? Let's take the blade again.
Take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look
Thumb at
much
the
cooler
bottom.
and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
No, I don't think so. I feel as though that's a lie that video games have sold you on.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Oh, there's not much left. You know what? I'll hold it the other
Switch
way.
your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes! Isn't this so much better?
It does make me feel a little cooler. It does. I won't lie. It kind of does.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Throw the blade out the window. Let's test the reality of this game. Like, what are the physics going to?
Yes! Do it! Seriously. You throw the blade.
This
at
is
the
what it's like to play D&D with me, I think.
The cabin as your weapon flies out into the night.
Oh.
I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it.
Why? It's a cabin. I can just walk out the door and grab it from the other, like, from outside, right?
We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon.
No, it wouldn't.
What's done is done. Good luck.
But also, I could just walk out and grab it, couldn't I? Alright, let's go into the basement. Hello, princess.
The door to the basement creaks
goodbye,
open,
princess.
revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more
Going to the airport now?
confused you
Alright,
get.
have a good one.
Your
Have
head
a good one.
throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Which one?
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave.
That was what I've been trying to do
This
the
feels wrong.
entire
This
time.
feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
No, that I am to be toyed with in this little maze that both of you have created for
There'll
me.
still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Let's take the harsh stairs on the left, center staircase, or the soft stairs on the right. I would like the soft stairs, please.
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way. But the further you go, the deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you
maybe
in a
there is
false
such a thing as too
ethereal
much.
bliss, pretending
Too much
to save
pillow.
you from the cruelties of choice and consequence. It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin
That's kind
to
of cool,
untether.
though, seeing the concept art for this. That's pretty cool.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced
my pointer's
are the
different
endless
too.
repeating patterns and
What is
emotions
it?
of the journey.
I'm trying to see what
Continuous
it
march
is.
forward to a destination long forgotten.
Is it a feather? No, it's not. Can't see what my pointer is
Consumption
exactly.
and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you okay?
Oh, fuck. You jump scared me, man.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
That's like never a good idea. Trusting someone because they seem normal. Because the most dangerous abnormal people are able to seem normal. That's the idea, isn't it? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here. What's your name? Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're here? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. Okay. Do you know what happened to me? Getting down here was a bit difficult.
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
That doesn't...
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures.
Alright, man.
And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
You gonna go as well? Yeah, have fun, have fun.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
It's
Whatever
true.
you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them.
Unthink
It's
them.
not already too late. You have a job to do here and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
I like him. I like the contrarian. What does it say about me if I like it? I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can... Wait, why is it when I'm hovering over it, they're all the choices are highlighted? Is that a bug or is that intended? I don't know if that's probably intended. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. Regretfully think about the time you threw the blade out the window. So you can try to free her or you can leave her in the basement, but... which seems to be two choices, but when you hover over it, it seems to be one. You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent you to slay you. What? There's more of you now. What's your name?
You can call me Princess, if you'd like. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Well, I'm here right now, aren't I?
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with you.
Shit.
I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated.
How am I supposed to do that?
How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on,
That's
you told
true.
us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Okay, I don't need, like, yeah, this is apparent, I guess. I can see why she would be a threat to the world. But I do want to just know what she would say.
But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. You don't think I'm some sort of monster, do you?
I think you're captive of one. Okay.
About me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Why would you start with me? It's a
Okay, this was
terrible,
fun for a
like,
bit,
decision.
but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
That's the fun part. You don't understand, Contrarian.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
I suggested this long ago, but I suppose it just doesn't matter. If I let you out of here, what are you going to do?
Are you looking for the truth? Or are you looking for the right answer?
I'm not looking for anything. I'm looking for your answer. There's no such thing as a capital T truth in anywhere in this game.
What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person?
No, I just want you to say something interesting that reveals to me something about you.
I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that.
It's true.
Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly
All of
how
them.
I put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems
It's
to make
not
things
surprising
worse.
you like the Contrarian. Don't say that. Don't say that.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath.
That's fine.
Focus
I
on-
can live with that.
You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different?
There is no such thing. I've abandoned the concept long ago.
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
There's no right. There's no such
Just
thing.
do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Oh, that's why. So it is intentional that the bottom bit is like you hover. There's 3 options it shows, but then when you hover over it, it highlights all of them. You're doing all of these actions. You're gonna try and free her. You can leave her in the basement, or think about how you threw the blade away. I feel as though the ending would be a lot more interesting if I didn't throw the blade out the window. And I feel as though this is the ending.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Wow. Oh, fuck.
You find the blade
Oh.
suddenly in your hands. All
Okay.
at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Oh, but I'm not holding it the right way. I'm holding it like...
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't...
No, I'm
Do you
gonna
not
lose
have
the
anything witty
Contrarian.
to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
I really could.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
I wouldn't say it's the same, but maybe it's just as comprehensible. Comprehensible?
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Oh, good.
falls apart. I think he's gone.
Oh, he's done and lost
We were
it.
never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others just don't fit.
I think I beat the game.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this?
I don't know who did anything. No one did anything. I didn't do anything. I haven't been able to do anything this entire game.
We should help her. I think we did this.
Okay.
How surprisingly sincere.
All right.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Me neither, but it was more of a sense of struggle and
It's
powerlessness.
a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I don't know how I can help you. You just destroyed everything. I'm not going to fix you. No, I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. I'm going to be my... it's going to be okay. I'll do my best. It'll be okay. Yeah, that's okay. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone replaced with something else. The mirror?
She's gone.
Are we
Where
the
did she go?
princess? Let's look into the mirror and then see
Try
the
and find
princess.
her?
Let's do that.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Explore. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. The narrator is gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't even know how we'd even go about looking for her.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
What do you mean you? You are the voice of the hero.
No. Don't do that.
Oh, you're both talking to me now. All right, let's
I'm
do it.
begging you, don't do this.
Mirror never scared you
It's
before.
different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Don't jump scare me. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. He's just like me for real. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. What cabin? Where? What the fuck? There's the cabin. You are at the cabin. Let's approach her. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its power.
It's crazy that, yeah, it's me, it is. I don't know, well, I don't know if I look good, but I look like myself. I don't know how they got that realistic image of like who I actually look like. that was like my passport photo. I don't know how they got that and put that in the game. It's weird that they were able to do that considering my pseudonymous status status on the internet as a VTuber, but here we are. You're that thing I met in this space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought it was a dream. What are you? It's the gift of a fragile vessel. Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the words beyond this place? Are you the princess? Attack the entity, destroy your body. Okay. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Alright. Fair enough.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Oh, that's what my finger looks like. That's me. I never noticed that that's my finger. Oh. Never thought about that. Oh. Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
You and me both. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Oh, me too. Fair enough. Oh, I suppose that was a difficult question to ask someone who's just been born. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
These parameters are acceptable. But were you always... Oh shit, I lost my other dialogue options. I thought I could explore them. Oh well. But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Not really. I'll be honest. You got me there. It doesn't really matter. The gift of a fragile vessel.
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. perspectives to make my own.
Such is existence, madam.
These ones are a contradiction.
Oh.
A winding kaleidoscope of paths and walk. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
You're that thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you?
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Oh, me too, I get that. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Very confused. What do you mean, I'm a person? No, that's like, not really. Maybe not. Maybe internally I still am. I don't know what I am. What do you think I am? What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me.
That I think we can agree with.
Oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Oh, there's a bit of a negative tone with that one. Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Well, as in, you know, it's the precipice of the end, not the end. Don't get all semantic with me, woman. Let's let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept.
Goddess, thank you for being so encouraging, by the way.
She was going to return to me.
Thank you for being so encouraging for me. I'm enjoying the game so far. If it wasn't obvious, I am quite enjoying the game.
I promise it doesn't hurt.
I think after the first loop, I understood the game. Before that, I wasn't sure what the structure of the game is, like what's going on. Once that first loop happened, then the game kind of went like, okay, this is like, for accessibility reasons, I understand. They were like, okay, here's actually, you know, we have really looped it. This is the game again. Now I get it. Now I understand the way this game works. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Right. How do we do that?
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
So she's a bit like a placebo.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
What of mine? Sent to slave. Okay. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? How much will I forget? How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
That does some. That's there. See, like, was that so hard? Did we have to get to the, you know, cosmic horror, like, serenity gap between the spaces of the void of the end of the world for there to be some sort of answer that explains your attitude of indifference? Yes. Thank you. You don't care about your death because you have not lived at all. Thank you. That's, at least to me, that's an acceptable answer. Finally, that's an acceptable answer. I see now. That makes sense. Well, it doesn't, but at least I can make sense of it. At least there's something there, you know, I could just grab at. That's the whole point of me in the world is not to be able to firmly say I understand all of it, but for have things to shake around like a child. Sorry. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Will I remember everything when we meet again? How many more pieces of you do I find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite.
Oh, that's gonna be a little difficult then. But... well, that's a little difficult then, isn't it? The task at hand. What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
There's something kind of peaceful about this, isn't it? I wouldn't mind this existence, I think. And this conversation we're having. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remove.
Yeah. Conservation of energy. Yeah. Okay. yeah. Heat death of the universe. Yeah. Okay. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
I'm not going back, or okay, I'll go back. I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
That would be good, thank you. Wait forever, or okay, all right, I'm ready. Make me forget now. Bring me back to the loop of the game. I don't mind this. This is quite nice, honestly.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone.
Believe me, I know.
I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished.
Oh.
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
Metaphorically, yes.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary
Sorry, I'm not following the metaphor
hitting
anymore.
itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage.
I was under the presumption that box was my mind, but I don't understand what it means to close the box unless it means to close the mind. If I close my mind, will I become another me in another world? I suppose I would, yes. An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. Well, I mean, there's no weight to bear. This is existence.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oh, fuck, my game is... Yeah, okay, we're resetting. Sorry, my game crashed. My game crashed. I think it was intentional. Maybe that was intentional. Maybe that was just part of the game. Okay, I have something to ask. Was the game supposed to crash? Like it was, right? That's the idea, right? That's not, because I asked this out of genuine concern because my computer is not very, like, it's chugging along. You know what I mean? I want to know if that was supposed to happen. Because it's hard to tell, like, if it was supposed to happen. I'll launch the game again, we'll see. Maybe the game will say it so. Because my computer does crash a few times, like for various things, not just for this game, for other games as well, where that's not intended. It's supposed to happen? That's good. Okay, thank you. It's supposed to happen. Thank you for letting me know. I want to know that. I understand it does kind of break the magic circle a bit of, like, you know, the meta-ness of it, but it was intentional. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to launch the game again, but it's not, like, launching. Okay, now it's launching.
You have returned to me.
Oh, fuck.
Though we were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
That's great. That's good. Where are we? There we are. We're back. Okay. Yeah, I was. I freaked out. My game crashed and I thought my library computer was chugging, but it turns out that it was it's okay, you know? All right, there's, like, skip. What do I skip? Okay, I've skipped it. I've skipped forward in time thousands of years. I've spent a good amount of time with the princess.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Yes, that I tell you to remember her. I will.
You won't.
Oh. Everything goes dark and you die. Is it chapter 3 or 1? It's chapter 1. Here in the princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Sorry, it was spoiled. No, I understand that, and I asked directly. Yeah, I wanted to know. I don't mind that being a slight spoiler, because it's like I want to know if my computer is having problems, and because if it is, I want to close the stream. I want to like pause the stream and then relaunch my computer, because that's happened before, and unfortunately that has happened before.
You're here to slay her.
I don't mind that being mildly spoilerish. It really doesn't matter to me that much. End of the world if we don't kill her. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. No, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna go and do it.
You make your way up. We're not gonna go ignore him. The interior blade is...
Alright, I'm gonna take the blade.
You take the blade from the...
Now I'm entering the basement. You know, I realized my hand has always looked like this, and I just never noticed that that's my hand, because I thought that was the monster hand or something of the princess.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly...
Let's just go down.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
Alright, I'm stealing my nerves and stepping forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Nothing. I'm just trying out one of the routes.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
And close enough we shall get.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed.
Alright, let's go. Let's play the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh.
You asked me to. Your other existence asked me to do that.
Isn't it?
I suppose it is.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder.
Are you going to enjoy killing me?
Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
No, not for a second.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
What do you mean she's convinced? She's talking right now as if there wasn't a blade through her heart.
Yes.
You daft,
Even as she lays there
you
dying,
daft buffoon.
she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago.
Oh, okay.
That arrogant
She stopped
look
breathing.
still plastered on her face.
Well,
but is it over? Really over?
of course it is. She's dead. I'm not sure. I feel like she has to have some kind of trick up her sleeve. Of course not. That was too easy. Of course it is. She's dead, but not, you know.
Yes.
The entity.
Exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
It took us an hour, but you finally slaved the princess? Look.
Why do I feel like we've done something
I have a problem with authority, okay?
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Finally, an option to
You open
leave.
the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
And then there's 10,000 cabins.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead,
Well, yeah,
what
we
you
beat the
find
game. We destroyed
is
the
nothing
game.
at
We did
all.
everything the game told
Where
us
a
to
lush
do.
forest stood mere minutes ago,
The game is fading
the only
away as
thing
we
in front of you
speak.
now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you don't play the game at all. You're just kind of going like, "Yep, okay, I'll do as I'm told." Bullshit, let me out of here. No, I think there's some sort of finality to this that I'm okay with. Okay.
So glad you're keeping an open mind.
I'm very good at
This is what's
that.
best for everyone. Trust me.
Okay.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
I think that's the point, isn't it? I think I'd be missing the point if I didn't. If there was more to this, I think I would be a bit shallow, wouldn't it? And you hear the narrator, "I'm happy, we're happy."
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
Well, it's what you make of it, isn't it? Are you happy? I'm happy. I don't know if you are. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to. No, we're happy, I'm sure.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
I mean, time I don't think is losing meaning so much as I'm losing losing my grip on my perception
Please
of it.
shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yes.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
You're welcome, ma'am. Past the point of no return. Sorry, there's an achievement blocking the text. Okay. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I
Good.
talked to.
Because
But I was happy. I was content. I was like, all right, that's the... All right.
Though you're probably not going to like it. The
What is
blade.
it?
We can use the blade to get out of this.
Yeah.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear
Yeah,
hero.
suicide's always like, one of the things that kind of gets brought up when you're at a sort of void of non-existence.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
I don't know what the hell else is there to do. Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Are you really content with eternal nothingness? I could adapt to it if needed, but also it seems unnecessary as I can come back to this loop again and play this video game.
In a sense,
I'm happy with that too.
But looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing.
Yes, you've
It's
had one
absolutely
purpose in
nothing. It's
life and you
just
fulfilled
the
it and you're like,
same
now
thing,
what?
Constantly, forever.
Yeah.
I know this is out there, but
Can
trust me,
do you know
I
that
know
I haven't
using
watched
the blade will work.
I haven't watched Squid Game. If you've watched Squid Game, there's like the bit where he goes like, I've played these games before. That's become like a meme format. That's me right now, having done everything in the Stanley Parable. And then that being my favorite game. By the way, the creator of the Stanley Parable, or the writer for it, Davey Reedon, He released a game called Wanderstop recently, which we're going to play next week. I'm very excited to play that. But that's going to be later. I don't know when exactly next week, but we're going to play that next week for sure. But anyways, I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die. I would.
Die? You can yell at me all you want.
I couldn't. I'd be dead.
I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
I've played these games before.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
What do we see down the stairs?
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Quite nice.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Well, it wasn't that nice. Chapter 2, The Spectre. That is an interesting thing, though, to have the chapter 1 and chapter 2 split.
In the woods.
That's quite interesting to me.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, okay. Wait, hold on, where is it? Oh, you bastard, you're in it for now. I'm wise to your tricks. Ever since deja vu? Hasn't this happened already? Okay, no. But I killed myself. What am I doing here? Battery killed the princess. You trapped me here after I slew her last time. I'm not going to play that long this time.
How unfortunate that the sole person capable of slaying the princess also seems to be somewhat insane. Oh well, as long as you get the job done, it doesn't matter what sort of mental state you're in. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
No, he's gaslighting me.
It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Thank you, Code.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
I love the gaslighting that he's doing. Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
That's true. You're not wrong.
We listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean?
Because you enlightened me on these consequences.
We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
I don't know anyone else
we didn't
in
fail
this
to
place.
slay her. And if she's really back,
I guess we agree on different reasons.
It'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around.
Oh, we're turning on him.
Slaying. Just stay focused, will you?
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Anything, the world ended after I slew her. When I tried to leave, everything was gone. Last time around, I stabbed her in the heart and she died. How can someone like that end the world? Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round. Yes, maybe this whole thing was a trick to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the whole charade again, wholly aware of what's waiting for us at the end. But that's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her, after all. You're going to find her in the cabin. If the princess had actually been slain, you wouldn't be here. And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think happened to you last time, but it's a load of nonsense. You'll get your happy ending. I promise. Well, that's exactly what we're afraid of. Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism. The cabin awaits.
Last time when I stabbed her in the heart and she died. How could someone like that end the world?
She just can. You'll have to trust that what I'm saying is true.
Alright, okay, you don't want to answer that, it's fine. Who locked her there?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is.
It's not...
It's a path in the woods.
You can't say people
Don't
to a question of who.
things.
People locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special.
I'm the player of the video
You're the
game?
only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course we're special.
Being cagey, what aren't you telling me?
I told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. This is boring. He's clearly not interested in talking, so let's just do as he says, and maybe he'll stop bothering us.
That's all? That's it?
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Alright, let's go to the cabin again.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem.
Yeah. And if things are different, then oh great, things are different. We've never seen that animation before, have we?
The interior of the cabin is
have we
cold,
seen that
a soft
animation
odor of
before?
dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
Right, of course.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Let's take the blade first.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Look at the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Let's wipe the mirror.
You reach forward, rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Damn.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
Right, there was.
And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
I mean, clearly I beg to differ, Voice of the Cold, because if it wasn't important enough to be acknowledged, then the game wouldn't have showed it to me. Cabin's different.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second life proposition. You haven't died. You certainly haven't already slain the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Alright, let's go on.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure.
And really, I'm not.
I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
It really does seem that way.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
We did it.
She's definitely dead.
It's just like I told you.
Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin.
She's cute in a terrifying way.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Ghost!
Oh, wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again.
Well, I can't say the same.
How our last meeting went.
Okay.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Maybe it is a game about love after all.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
It's not fair that ghosts get to, influence the world around them, but also not be beholden to it whenever it's convenient for them.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again.
She's a fucking
wanted to.
Ghost. I'm going to wait and see how things play out.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
I don't know, I just wanted to talk, I figured. I want to talk to the narrator. See, this is exactly what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. It's already happened, we killed her.
Obviously things are strange right now. I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no changing what's already happened. But you have a job to finish.
What job?
Finish? How? We already did what you told us. And now she's a ghost. You haven't tried slaying her yet this time, though, have you? And then what? And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after? You already know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? Are you going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much care for that. I'm not going to lock you anywhere. What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself to satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that and I wouldn't be hard to do it again. Let's see. There's a lot of choices here. That's a lot of choices. I'm going to read them all. I killed you. What are you doing not being dead? Do you know why you came back? Stop playing the victim. You threatened me last time. I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Is there any way I can make it up to you? The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. What do you want from me? If I know I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? You're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say it teleported. It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything, and I had to kill myself to escape. I guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You were going to end the world. I was told you were going to end the world. Okay, clearly slaying you isn't going to work. What do you want? Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? If you're dead, then there really isn't much for me to do. Is there, I guess? I guess I'll get going. I'm gonna talk to her for a bit. You know why you came back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not
it's a nice, like, X.
One that you put there. There's something older.
Oh?
And deeper.
Interesting.
A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
And where were you supposed to be?
Home.
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones?
No. Those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing.
That makes sense, okay.
But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything will be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
I don't know which one is more interesting, that's what I'm saying.
You please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all,
Oh, fuck. Uh-oh.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting
That is an
thought?
interesting thought.
We could finally bring her face to face with him.
We could.
I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so...
Now that's an
so
interesting
bad.
thought. I'm intrigued now, yes.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
No, I'm a little interested, actually. What if I say no?
then I won't hitch a ride.
Okay, consensual. You won't or you can't?
I'm sure you'd like to know. It's a shame I won't tell you.
I suppose it is.
But it'll be easier for both of us if you just let me in. And doesn't it sound nice?
Maybe for her, but it's crowded enough in here as is.
Yeah, too many, maybe even
You
3.
won't have to feel guilty anymore. If you even do feel guilt.
It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's
I
body.
beg to differ, actually. I feel like it would be
That
easier.
is a very dangerous train of thought.
I don't know if it's dangerous, but it's certainly flawed. Return. I need to think on this. Return where? Let's talk to her first. This would just be temporary, right? You will leave once we're out of the cabin.
If I'm able to. But for all we know, that's not how it works. Maybe I'll wind up stuck with you for
Consensual
a long,
mind melt? That's like that's what we did with Death last week.
long time.
Do you hear the way she said that? She knows more than she's letting on. Don't let her fool you into doing something you'll regret.
Do you know about any narrators? Let's get to be still get to be in control.
Why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
Not at all. But nothing
I can't believe you're
she could have
even
said
entertaining her right now. I mean,
could have
just
been
look at
reassuring.
her. Do you think she has good intentions for her murderer's body? Of course she doesn't.
What's the worst she could do? Kill me? Oh. Or agree to anything. We need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
We're exploring
That's
here.
rich
You'll have to
coming
forgive
from
me,
her.
princess.
Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
What are you going to do if I help you get out of here? Well, are you going to end the world? You didn't answer my question. Do you want to end the world? I'm not cold. I'm just dumb. I'm just a big, dumb, stupid idiot. Stupid. What was I thinking? Just believing what I was told. Return, leave it at that? I would just leave it at that. I'm gonna slay the princess now.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from,
Surprising.
all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
What? I couldn't kill the ghost? It's crazy.
You're adorable when you're confused.
I've been told that and I disagree.
But I didn't say you
Oh,
could
fuck.
touch me.
Fuck.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Slay the princess harder.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Just gotta leave? Alright, good night.
Really?
Thanks for joining me.
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here together.
Now what? You're gonna
All
kill
I
me?
ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
Just don't like flashbang me with a jump scare, okay? I'll be fine with
Her
anything
eyes
else.
turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
But I guess violence is the only language you speak.
Yeah, alright, kill me.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens.
Right.
Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Did you miss?
No.
You can't
Okay.
be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue.
Okay, no, she didn't miss.
An icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Okay, now we can slay her.
You swing
Fuck.
your blade towards her brief corporeal throat.
Oh, it connects. Oh, it connects.
A gash widens across
Yes.
her neck,
I
glowing
rolled a
ectoplasm
hit.
leaking from the wound. But it's too little,
Uh-oh.
too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly.
Unsettling
We
is a word.
Get her?
I don't think we
If
did.
we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
It's optimistic.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll
Wah.
never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh. What? Chapter 3? Chapter 3? She's holding your heart? Yeah, it's like
You're
that
on a
Adele
path
song.
in the wood, and here we go again. Off to slay her again. The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it.
Yes, but it's a bit fun, isn't it?
Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Ah,
Stop flirting with the ghost, guys. Stop.
What if all of this was rigged
He
from
wants
the
to kill
start?
us.
That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them.
Frankly, I don't think they care.
Okay, so you've already been here. Twice, even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess.
Well, of course you couldn't.
We didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that?
No, I didn't do that the last
Because
time.
you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that.
No, but that was the
cabin
first time
on us
around. The
for
second
you.
time around,
And then you told us we were
I just
happy.
died.
Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. Yes. And then she killed us.
There we go. Yeah.
Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real.
I doubt
and
that.
the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
It didn't undo anything.
All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
Why should we help you? All you're going to do is lock us away forever again. Are you the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before. That's true, he was.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no.
That's not
That's
a wager.
hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Sure.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
That's an acceptable
Not
answer.
sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
I think it would be pretty cool if the other voices were at least in part some sort of suggestion, or at least like maybe there's a theory behind it. There's probably tons of theories for this game. That the voices are just collections of like loops for the hero. The hero is just the current person, and then the hero turns into a different voice the moment this all loops together. That's why kind of like the deeper you go, the more voices you hear. And the narrator is like the first voice, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Why should we help you? All you're going to do is look. Okay. We've killed her. We've killed her and been killed by her. And neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it now.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
It also doesn't mean it's only happened twice, doesn't it?
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice.
It's true.
You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
Could do that.
Convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite. On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
I think he is in a place that never ends. I think that's precisely what this is already. There's something else we haven't tried? No, we've tried that. Well, I've tried that. I'm metagaming, but I've already tried that. What happens if we don't go to the cabin as another option? And why should we help you? All you're going to do is lock us away forever again.
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise.
He does. He promises. That's great.
Oh yeah, sure. That changes everything.
I'll take him. I'll take him by his word.
Promise.
You did pink. Did you pink? Are you gonna pinky promise?
You believed him.
What happens if we don't go?
And she finds a way out on her own. Ugh, of course she does. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless? Because it's cowardly, for starters. And because the unknown is always worse
You're
than
assuming
the known.
I care, first of all.
But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
I see.
How are we supposed to decide on anything if you just keep coming up with new rules? Since when is there a wrong way to slay her?
Alright, let's go to the cabin
Continue
again.
down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Are you trying to use reverse psychology, Mir? Have you just given up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
Fair enough.
Look at that. We won. Take it however you will.
Oh, we only saw
The
that
interior of the
animation
cabin
the
is
first
long
time.
and dark. A single narrow hallway stretching far
For the
into
second time?
distance.
The second time.
Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward.
Okay.
The only furniture of note is... that's strange.
There's no furniture at all.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Use the shards of the glass. Let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of this hallway, and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
Okay.
The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are
Okay.
the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do.
Well, luckily for you, you're not the one running it right now.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Let's approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation, we just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Right. Swipe
Here
it
we
clean.
go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Whoa.
Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel that you really do.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts.
I've come to slay you.
Your bones snap.
Alright, well, I didn't do a very good job, did I?
Pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess.
Oh, fuck.
Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin
quite hairy.
carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
Hi.
Do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right.
I know you said that, but we've already, like, killed you we've already tried to kill you 3 times. What's number 4?
I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over.
I want to see how far it goes.
Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse.
I'd say a little worse.
Well, maybe a lot worse.
Well, it's not too bad.
So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch
my
me
leg.
do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different.
No.
Don't we even have a choice? You always have a choice. Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time.
Well, we've still got, like, you know, our 3 limbs. One maybe is a little bit hurt, but we've still got like 3.
Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
I thought you could possess me on your own. I thought I needed to agree to it. Look, we're even now. I killed you and then you killed me. Water under the bridge, right? I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. I'm a victim in all this too, you know. Wouldn't possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil. You don't have to do this. You need to take my body? Can I just open the door for you? That's fine. I actually came here to free you. Struggle. I'm going to just struggle.
You violently struggle against the princess, but all you manage to do is grind the fragments of your splintered ankle together. You can't shake free from her now.
Fuck, that hurts.
It's so easy to make you squirm, but I won't be crueler than I have to be. Wouldn't want to cause any more damage. It'll be hard enough for me to walk out of here on that broken ankle.
Which is why you aren't.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle.
I was going to say, like... Where is it? Yeah, as the rest of the princess's body emerges, her proportions all wrong, and I was like, what do you mean? She still has, like, a conventionally very good proportion.
Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head?
Right?
And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
No, but I wanted to entertain the thought.
This. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
Right.
And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
No, we're not getting up. Are we out?
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
Oh. I'm not stuck in here with me. Sorry, I'm not stuck in here. I messed it up. I fucked it up. I'm not stuck in here with me. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. I could never get, I'm just not getting it right, am I?
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Ah, my bones.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support.
Fuck.
There's another option, you know.
Oh, and what's that?
Don't help either of them. Flip the table.
And how do you do that? You don't have a will to wield. You're solid in brain of courage.
That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
You wouldn't dare. Move now.
Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna throw my body into the abyss.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do this.
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter.
Well, that's good then.
Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away.
Even if you throw yourself into the abyss, you still lose.
I mean, I am a loser.
You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment,
Got an achievement.
to overpower the princess's
16.
hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward.
Oh!
The darkness.
Eternal
swallowed you whole.
darkness. Yes. Well, you're not making it very easy for me, are you? If you would just be a bit more cooperative, if you'd ask nicely, maybe.
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall.
Are you free? Is this the freedom you imagined? Your Majesty.
What an end. But at least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now?
What do you mean what happens now? You wanted this.
I think I did.
But I want to know what he thinks happens now.
I don't think you're going to find that out.
Oh? And why is that?
You should pay better attention to your head. You left. Gone. It's just you and you and you and me.
Is that so? I didn't notice, because they're all kind of voiced by the same person. No, he's still here. The thought slipped through you and heated as you fall and fall and fall. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. He's right here. What are you talking about? You're gaslighting me as if she wasn't doing that already for the entire game. Oh, you're back? Welcome back. I don't know why. Oh, couldn't put your bags in the flight, so you have to depart again in 2 hours? That is unfortunate. My condolences. That much I've been called.
He's gone. But
Ah! Terminal velocity ceases and you feel something, a mass of growth torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment. Okay.
What's happening to me?
What is happening? Alright, another one for the ethereal one. But you don't answer her before she's gone and you feel a resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
I know, that's what you said last time.
It's going to do something to us. I can feel it.
I think it resets you, yes.
You don't need to comfort them.
I don't, but I would like to. It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Whatever makes you happy.
To approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. As I do. And I gaze into my reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Is it me, the eldritch abomination, or is it going to be the princess? Yeah, it's me. You've grown? What do you mean I've grown? Oh, you find yourself in the long quiet once again. Let's proceed to the cabin. So glad you decided to go for the horror routes and not the romance routes. What are you talking about? What is this entire game not like? Is this not the expected like outcome? Did I choose all the options that are like the cosmic terror options? Is there like, should I have been playing a route where actually you're just dating her and then you get 5 hearts and then you unlock like a bonus CG ending with the princess? So, how is it now?
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
You sound pleased. Is it safe to suffice it to say I did a good job?
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Okay. What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Right.
It
Such as the
feels
same
correct.
voice actor.
This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Everything you say feels like a riddle? I don't think that's I beg to differ. I don't agree with that. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed? I think that's a useless question as well. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
I guess it's a good answer.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Okay. Yeah.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself.
You know what? Same. Fair enough. Fairly reasonable woman. Unlike all the other men in my life who are very unreasonable, honestly. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you. That's true.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time? Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Right, but I hope not too much of it is a part of you, because it felt a little rude, you know? This version of you was a little rude. What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you have hurt them.
There is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are feelings that inform.
Is the narrator a different
being.
VA from the heroes? No, I think they're all the same.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. There are new spaces that I must fill.
And me immediately, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about, sorry, but you're fine, I think. Who's got range? Dude does have range, he does. Let's see. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Fair.
Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Right. I'm guessing you wouldn't want me to bring you the same one over and over again, would you? Hack the entity to destroy your body. What? With all the pretension, you're not actually saying anything. No, but like she kind of is though. Like, what do you expect from this corporeal, like, floating space between space entity that's slowly taking form and shape? What do you think? What do you think she could say? How many more vessels? Do you have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Well, how many more will you need?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
Okay.
I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening.
When I go back, it's as if an old invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own.
Right.
They
That
are
is helpful
useless to us
too.
now. Inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Right, and that way I don't retread over the same ground. It's quite considerate of you, thank you. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant?
I knew you would do that. I knew you would do that.
But every vessel gets
I knew
fresh
you would
perspectives
ship of Theseus me. I
and
knew
the
it.
avenues of
I
expression.
played these games
I am
before.
different, but I am the same.
I literally, I kid you not, said I have said this last sentence, I think word for word, or at least the idea of it, and like I have said this paragraph in like a Reddit like AMA thread I did like a year ago. A year ago, I think. I was, unfortunately, there's not that many places where you can promote yourself if you're a shitty like indie VTuber that's starting like just starting to stream. So during that, I had like sessions where people would ask me questions, and then I unironically said this to someone. Okay, I want everyone to know that. You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you.
That's true. It's not a
Or
given.
perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Right. Right. And there's the only options left are the mean ones, though. But like, I don't want to be mean to her. Attack the entity, destroy your body. Ah. So when I was doing different routes, because I thought it was a loop, this route I just went like kill, 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 kill for all the options I did. But this I think is referencing the path I took, one of the routes I did before this route. So it's sort of like a meta. Oh, you thought the game reset, but it hasn't. I think, or maybe I'm misremembering because I've played this game for like a few hours now, and I'm a little tired and winded. Am I ready to go back, or do I try to attack her? I'm going to... Oh, I want to see this through. I want to see this through. I want to see this through. I really do. I don't think I will do either of these, am I? Would I? I'll do it. I'll attack her. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens. Okay.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Right. I'm gonna kill myself. You'll raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
She's like the nicest person, honestly. She's great. Okay, I'll go back now.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
Which is good. I think reflecting on who you are is a great thing.
We will meet again.
Indeed we will. Everything goes dark and you die. Chapter 1, to hear them. Okay, we brought the Wraith to her. Okay, we're gonna keep bringing them to her now.
You're on a path in the woods.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. Have you considered that I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
No. And again, nihilist is a word that's used way too much by people who disagree on what it means. I guess some sort of reward for this.
You have to slay her before you get it.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Can you tell me what my prize is?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Somehow I doubt it. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's
locked
locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
You are throwing jabs at, you know, my philosophical research, but that's fine.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I've done all these other options, I think. I haven't done this one yet.
Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress?
I don't think it's
If anything,
worse.
slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I don't know if I can justify the murder that easily. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do then.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
I know it is.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
But who shows up? Oh, the voice of the hero. We've been in this part before. The door has never opened.
The cabin is almost entirely bare.
Except for that one route we took. Let's enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open.
I don't think we've
revealing a
ever done this
staircase
yet.
Faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
Walk down without
This
the knife.
is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood.
How
The
hasn't she
princess really lives
starved?
here.
Actually, now
Slaying
that we're
her is
thinking about
probably
it,
doing her a favor.
actually, now that I'm thinking about it, how hasn't she starved? You know, what if we just didn't go there and
her
then
voice softly carries up
Well,
the stairs.
okay, I guess never mind. That's a stupid question. I feel like it answers itself. It's because she's like an ethereal cosmic entity. That's fine.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
It's like
Don't
a good
let it
voice.
fool you. It's all part of the
It's
manipulation.
eternal recurrence?
You're
Hell
playing a
yes.
dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Hell yes, eternal recurrence. Ooh. Lie, I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you. Just checking in.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Look, I need to bring like a nicer version of the princess back to the like entity. Because the last one we brought was like terrifying and she was like not very friendly. So I feel like to balance her personality, we should bring someone really nice. So that's what we're gonna do.
How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Yeah, I think so. I just realized also like the dialogue is really different if you talk to her first. Which I think I just ignored the first 2 loops. I think I played 2 or 3 loops so far. I'm not sure exactly. But the first 2 times I went down this basement, I just ignore her. And both times I had a knife in my hand and she immediately was like, all right, we're getting to business. Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, I wanted, yeah, that was the question I asked. What have you been eating and drinking? Okay, let's ask her for her name first.
Oh.
It's only polite.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Sure, princess.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Mario? What was Obama's last name? We'll never know. Is Princess your name? Don't go aggro on me, okay?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Also, taking the blade from the table was a more significant choice than I thought, which makes a lot of sense considering the pacing of the game. Because I was in my head thinking like, oh, it should, the blade, whether you leave it on the table or take it or not, shouldn't be too big of a deal because you can always just, you know, go down and come back up. But the way the game is structured, that's a decision you make early on to branch into the paths that you explore later as you continue on the path, right? So it makes sense to me in hindsight why that matters a lot. Because when I made the decision the first 2 times around, I was like, well, it's no consequence. It's of no significant consequence, and it's better to be armed than not, I guess. I'm not thinking she would react super differently, which makes sense again. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Yeah. Sorry, but I just can't trust you. It doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade now. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying anything? No, hold on. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Is she gonna lash out at me if I do this? I just don't want her to lash out at me. I just feel like it's not even like for any other reason than like I'm a little like, I just want to talk to like a nicer version of her than like the more threatening ones as you become a threat to her as well. And that's why I'm like a little careful with my options here right now. I don't want to upset her. I kind of just want to help her get out of here for once. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting out of here. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
You are?
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Yeah.
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Sent you to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. But I don't think you're actually dangerous, but I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe. I'm starting to think it's true. There's something about you that doesn't feel right. I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world.
Okay, this is like now that I'm playing the less like trippy fucky routes, I'm going back to the straightforward like way the game was intended to be the first experience. It's now filling me on like, oh, so when she split into like 5 beings in my second playthrough, or in my like, you know, like when I was 20 minutes into the game, when she just fucking started splitting off into splinters, these are the timelines you usually encounter in a normal, like the first time around in a normal playthrough when you make the choices that you don't where people don't tend to overthink. That makes sense to me. Okay.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest.
Okay.
I've been down here for so long.
Right.
How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Not at all, no. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
What are you gonna do, kill me?
Thank you for believing me. Now, can you help me get out of here?
Still have a few more questions before we leave.
There's going to be plenty of time to chat after I'm free, but okay. What do you want to know?
I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk. And then I go back to get the blade. Go upstairs to get the blade. Can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting out of here. Okay. Okay. No, well, let's just, like, get her free. I'm just getting you out of here. I can't believe they've been doing this for
Only
me.
making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Not at all.
Maybe
go
it's
look
somewhere
for it.
upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Makes sense. And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break it free. I'll do the first one first.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
How will we do that?
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Ow.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If
Right?
we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
I don't know. Actually, maybe.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Oh, fuck.
You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Who did this?
Is someone else here?
Let me try
You
the
try
door.
the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Who the fuck did that? Hey, let me out.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
As they
You're
are
here to
usually.
slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Actually, I was intending to free her.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Who are they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Yeah, that's true. 2 hands are better than... Well, 4 hands are better than... Well, 3 hands are better than 2.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike,
Here you go.
it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
We're gonna try to save the princess, right?
Fine.
I want to bring a nicer
Against
version
your
of
better
her.
judgment, you place the blade against the ragged,
I could never be like...
self-inflicted
I could
wound on
never
the
be
princess's
medical.
arm,
Like, I
just
could
above
never work in the medical
unyielding
field.
chain binding
I'm a
her
bit...
to
I'm a
this
little
place.
too squeamish for this. Just a little bit.
You cut into her flesh.
Uh...
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Ah.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Let's go.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
What are you gonna do about it?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your
What?
body steps forward and raises the blade.
What?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yeah, you can't just do that. What the
Watch
hell?
me.
What are you doing?
The voices in my head are taking over. You better run. Warn her, or we can slay the princess. Like, you know, what'd be funny if one of these slay options were actually like the free option, but they're like, you have to like hover over it for like 5 seconds for you to see like, oh, it's actually like save the princess. And like they're just all here, and you have to find which one it is, and it's like randomized every time. You know what that'd be like? That'd be like the Lieutenant Surge Gym in Pokemon Red. Anyways, let's warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Yeah.
Your body lunges forward, the blade
No,
held low,
I don't
ready
want to do
sink
that.
into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Get out of here. Get out of here, girl. The voice is in my head.
The blade. Move the blade.
My
Does
DM
your
is
body
railroading me.
remains
Am
frozen in
I the
stubborn
asshole?
Resistance.
I'm going on
Princess takes a cautious
I'm going on
step forward.
r/D&D right now. Am I the asshole for my DM railroading me to a very specific path of the story that he wrote because like he doesn't know how else to continue otherwise and has no improv skills? And like I don't want to commit murder, but then he tells me that the game was built upon mechanics where you do combat and my pacifism makes no sense.
We both know this isn't you.
Yeah, we do.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
You gonna kill me?
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it was just a bit funny the way that was.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
It's appropriate that the narrator is British for this.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, I mean, it already ended. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja
Terrible
vu.
sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Right, okay, I feel like I skipped all the beginner dialogues and got to all the advanced ones, and now I'm back at the beginner dialogues.
Maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Okay.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time.
Oh, who's
did he?
this?
If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Indeed we will.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination
The four
attempts
of us.
you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you
Just
do,
the
just be
four
sure
of
to
us.
ignore him specifically.
We can make it
Sounds
if
like
we
he's the sort
try.
who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Well, you don't have to say it like that,
What
okay?
can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
More than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
You don't get to do the other dialogue options? Alright, that's fine. Let's proceed to the cabin. Hi, we're here to free
A
you.
warning before you go any further.
Yeah?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart.
Aye, a man after my own.
passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Let's proceed into the cabin. Is the door going to open? It does. For the second for chapter 2, the door
interior
opens.
Of the cabin is clean and elegant.
The door doesn't open for chapter
Stone
1.
Walls
Interesting.
draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm gonna approach the mirror again.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
You know, it makes more sense why the mirror, like the trippy ending was so trippy. Like I'm beginning to make sense of it more now.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall.
How the hell did I get
It's a
it?
mirror.
How did I get it on my
Well,
like
at least
first
it'll
or second
be a
attempt? I don't
mirror
even
once
remember
we
what I
wipe off
did.
that layer of grime.
Swipe it off.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Oh
I
no,
hope you know
there's
how
no mirror.
ridiculous
That's
you look
crazy.
right now. But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Let's into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's
voice.
me.
It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
for
true.
everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you.
I was
right?
just about to ask if she can hear you.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero.
Well, that is who you are.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
It certainly beats being ambiguous.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
I don't know
You've
about
died
unstained.
before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is
Isn't it
done.
a basement? Why is there a window?
What matters?
Well,
is
it's
you have a chance
because
to
like
do
it looks
right
out.
this
A
time.
basement can have a window, right? Like you wouldn't be obviously you wouldn't be looking out into like above ground field, but like you could have a window that looks into something else, right? And this one just so happens to be looking out into the void of space.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset.
I know there's some ground, but you know.
Resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds.
Yeah, that's
forever.
true. We're not resetting because we're in one timeline gathering princesses for the entity, and this time I would like to gather a slightly, you know, more pleasant one, if you will, which this one certainly is. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
That's a good question.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think probably not, though. I think the closest to that would be the entity we're gathering for.
I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
That's true.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted.
Yeah, we know that already. That's old news. And that's old news too. I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Not very.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy.
I don't know why she would, though.
My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Like, I haven't given you anything to believe in yet,
You
princess.
listening to her? That's a confession.
I mean, yeah, but we all knew that. No, I didn't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Okay.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
She can't even simp in peace with the narrator around.
Not so sure.
You killed me a lot. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
I suppose I did.
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
I mean, that's what I've been doing the whole game, isn't it? What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Okay.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic
We should have taken the knife and thrown it out the window.
Anything that might
like
harm
we did that
our
one
dearest,
time.
I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I guess we're locked into the simp route then,
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess.
Wait, her hand's fine
gingerly
again.
Slide her hand from
I
her
thought it was like I thought it was cut. We can't go back to it, but I thought it was cut just now in the artwork. But we're like closer now, and her arm is like fine. Her hands are fine.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Why do you need my help anyways if you... Oh yeah, because you need to
free.
get out with me,
But you're
right?
not
That's the
trying to
idea.
kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Me. The narrator's just like me, for real, for real.
Only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved.
Her arm was fine in the artwork? Oh, okay. I must be seeing things.
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
And this clock I found.
What do we do now?
Get out of here, I suppose. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
I have numerous times. You've just decided to give me a snarky response, but that was also when you were threatened in parallel
She
timelines
doesn't
that
even know
aren't
what
this
she
one.
wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think
That'd be
I
really
want to leave.
good.
And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. You want to just end the world? Just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later. If you want to leave, let's leave. Okay, let's explore. There must be something you
I
want.
just want to make you happy.
Okay, they changed. All right, the music changed.
She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the
It
same
makes
for
sense.
us.
That's all I want too. No, I don't want. I liked the nice music. Bring it back. Now you're gonna bring the distorted music. You need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
But what would make you happy? You want to just... But I don't like the music. It's getting worse. The music is getting worse. You have to want something more than just making me happy. I want you to make me unhappy. Do you want to end the world? Just want to leave. We can figure it out later. This isn't right. Let's just get out of here. If you want to leave, let's leave.
That sounds perfect.
Oh, good. Okay, we're back into nice music.
Oh, phew. She's back to normal.
The music is too.
Normal? What are you talking about? Our angel has always been like this. Absolutely flawless.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other.
Uncensored
We
hand
don't
holding.
need the world for
Alright,
our
I see
happy
what we're
ending.
doing.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
Do I +1 and subbed? Thank you for joining me.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's a familiar move. Did I do
Yeah.
that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no, did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
Yeah, we are.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just doing what I want.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
You don't understand, narrator. I have a grander picture idea. I want to bring the nicer princess to the entity than the less than nice ones. I think we can open it if we try it together.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
No, we're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking
this is a
every
lot
opportunity
nicer.
you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
I know you do.
You know, if her walking out that door is really going to end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone.
No.
That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
All we need to be happy is each other. What if we just stayed here and built a life together? Stop it with these interruptions. I already made up my mind. We're leaving. Just ignore them.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
I suppose we are.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside. Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
We should go to the entity that's collecting versions of you, so we can bring this slightly nicer one.
Where did everything go?
To her.
Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
No, but being in like a strange cosmic horror entity is.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
I've never heard of us referred to as feathers. Great! +1. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. You always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right. Yes.
Yeah.
I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Yeah. It's not the end for you, but it's the end for you, but not for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
I knew you'd say something like that. You approach the mirror. It me! Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. I keep getting new achievements for looking at myself in the mirror. No wonder the game has like 140 of them. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Let's approach her. I brought you a better one this time.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new. And to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Yeah.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
It's a surprisingly human experience. It can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. That would be a contradiction. How can you stand to be a contradiction? It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse? What do you think of this vessel? Still planning to kill you once we're done with this. Do you know what happens in the worlds we leave behind? Have you figured out what you'll want when we've finished? Do you still not care what I bring you next? How many more vessels do I need to bring you? Okay. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets
You just sacrificed the love of our life to this massive hands? You don't understand. This is the love of our life.
There is no logic that can bind my multitudes.
And you have to just see past the
I am
1,000 arms.
That you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, that makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. I have no opinion one way or another on the matter. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. Just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it. I think I hate you. What would I say realistically? If I were trapped in a loop and I was, you know, tasked with retrieving these parts. I did agree to it after all, so that's what I would say.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
I'm not unfamiliar with those words. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer?
Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Is it too loud? It's okay, right? Okay, just tell me if the audio's a bit too loud, but it should be fine. I'm just a little, like, worried. You know what happens in the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen.
Makes sense, I think.
The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward.
Okay, that is fine.
Except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Good.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
That I understand. Have you figured out what you want to do?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
You keep saying our. I don't really see my part in this yet, but I suppose I'll just keep doing it. I think I see the trajectory of this game. I think I just saw it in my head just now. I think I just saw the trajectory of where it's going. There's gonna be two endings if you're a completionist. That where, like, okay, don't answer this, okay? If you've played this game before, you know what's going on. Right now, my prediction for something I'm predicting is, if you want to 100% the game, you want to experience all the routes and endings, this might be the most annoying set of routes, if not just one route to do, because you have to go through the bother of getting an initial ending where you meet the hands, and then you have to replay the game and do all the other routes to bring all the other princesses to the hands, and then once you rebuild the princess from the ground up, you have the chance to slay the princess or not otherwise, I think. And those will probably lead to 2 different endings. And if you want to explore all the endings, those are probably the longest endings to do. Because I can't imagine a longer ending than this. I would say. That would constitute like a quote-unquote ending, right? But that's my prediction so far. Just from having played a few endings. Like just 1 or 2 endings. I don't know. Let's continue. How many more?
We will know when we near our destination.
Oh, it's a new line at least. Still planning to kill you once we're done.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
Okay. You still don't care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with.
That's a really
Even
good way to
if I did,
phrase it.
I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above
That's
you.
a really good way to put it. I've always thought about how to put that into words, and you've been able to do that. Thank you, princess. Yes, when people ask me, you know, what do you want? Like it, and I say I don't care. I care about the gift, but I have no preferences to burden the other person with. That's the brilliant way to put it. I'm gonna write that down in my head. I care, but I have no preferences. Yes.
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
Right. I'm ready to go back
I will
then.
be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I know you would. Oh, shit. We brought the damsel to her. Okay.
You're on a path.
No,
in the
actually, I
woods,
take it back. I don't think
and
that's
at the
like...
end of that path is a cabin.
I take it back. I think
And
it
in
was
the basement
scripted.
of that cabin is a princess.
I think you're scripted to meet the arms, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I think everyone who plays this game is scripted to meet the arms at this specific time, so it kind of gives you a goal of like exploring the game, not just in a meta sense of wanting to see all the routes and endings, but also wanting to do it and the game itself. Yeah. We'll see. Can't wait to read. You know what? I can't wait to read all of this once I'm done with the game.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah. End of the world? Reconsider? Yeah. Killing a princess? Yeah. Can someone else do it? Yeah. Forget it? Yep. Have you considered? Yep. I guess a reward? Yep. Okay, yep, I've done that. Silent, I've done that. This is the only one I haven't done. Sweet, I've always wanted to march off from Monarch.
That's the spirit.
Hell yes, it is.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Another one for the collection. Oh, the door opened again. That's so strange. Is it just random?
Of the cabin is
it just random when the door opens, or am I mistaken? Has it always opened and I'm just like blind to it the first time around because I wasn't paying attention? Maybe because I was looking at chat
The only
instead.
furniture of note is a plain wooden table. The blade is your...
Do we take the blade? 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 Love language is gift giving. Unfortunately, the gifts are souls. Let's enter the basement and let's talk to her and gaslight her into becoming an evil entity. You're seeing things that didn't open. What the fuck? No, this time it did, I know for sure.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Best is watch mine. Yeah, sorry. When I ask questions sometimes I'm not like expecting people to tell me what it is if it spoils the game. I'm just asking it like to voice. I'm just sort of voicing my own thought process.
Voice softly carries up.
Hello? Is someone there?
Is hypnotized. Don't let...
Lie, I'm here to
Wait,
save you.
really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
I didn't.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
I said I would gaslight her this route.
Okay.
What are you going to do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Oh, interesting.
It's not like you'd believe me.
Oh, we're just jumping right into it? Hold on. Okay, I'm getting out of here. Don't make me regret this.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
I'm gonna check upstairs.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the
Why
top
would
of
you
the
do
stairs
that?
slams shut.
I was going to
You
grab
hear
the
click
blade
of a
and
lock
kill her.
sliding into place. Is someone else here? You try the door, but your shouts and you're here to slay the princess.
What?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Right.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
You gonna bite your way out
If I
of
could
this?
just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to
She,
her mouth,
like,
her teeth tearing
she
through
kind
her
of
limb with the
looks
determination of a trapped wolf.
like a Titan from Attack on Titan in this like artwork.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens.
Let's save her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above
Okay,
the
when you skip
unyielding
with the
chain
voice
binding
line
her to this place.
playing it makes it a little weird, but it's fine.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too... As the princess...
Yeah.
Wait, watch me.
What are you doing?
So this brings us to her killing us again. Let's get to the same ending we did just now.
Stop that.
And then... Oh, we can't do it anymore because it's been blacked out because we're on the mission. Oh, so chapter 2... Okay, so there are no branching decisions in chapter 2? Because in chapter 2 there were options too. What I was thinking was we would do the chapter 1 exactly the same way, and then we would do chapter 2, but then gaslight her instead. But we can't do that. We've been blocked out of this. So what that means is it would be a repeated princess that we could get, because the entity has like conveniently blocked out the options that would make us retread old ground, right?
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there?
Nope, you're gonna have to kill me.
A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm.
Yep.
But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
This is the Beast Titan
ending?
ending?
To the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Did we kill her successfully?
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
Right.
It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
To the witch. Okay. Love the kind of woman that would just kill me.
In the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement
Chapter 2 does branch off? I don't know why it was blocked then, because I was trying to get to that chapter 2 and then branch off. I guess
you're
not.
here to slay her.
I guess we can't do that yet?
If you don't,
that's kind of strange.
It will be the end of the world.
Because I would thought that they wouldn't black out the option to go to chapter 2, but when we get to chapter 2, she's gonna block out all the answers that don't gaslight her into the, like, whatever happens, right? Well, not gaslight. Sorry, when I use the word gaslight a little too liberally. What I mean is like, interrogate her when she keeps lying, and just keep on insisting on the interrogation. Because I didn't. I insisted twice and then I backed off. I already slew the princess. Sure, she killed me too, but we had definitely got her. Excuse me, I just burped. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Opportunist. Okay.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Yeah, we were gonna do that. Let's proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Okay. This opens for sure. Yeah, it opens for sure, yep. The door opens.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted
This is the
wood
beast.
that,
This is the
almost
Beast
as if
Titan
by
route.
accident,
That's why it's like
just
a tree.
happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Do we take the blade? I suppose it's not, to make it easier. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, The blade sitting on the muddy shelf and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror, but he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
I suppose it does. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
Oh, I'm sure we look great. If only there was some sort of reflective surface we could examine. Absolute shame there isn't anything like that around here. You do see it, right? I don't know how to read you.
I see all sorts of things.
But
Same.
do you see the mirror? It's a simple yes or no question.
The opportunist doesn't see the mirror? What?
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Let's approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Apologies.
Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Manage
No
the
blade.
basement.
Hope you know what you're getting us into. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
Yeah, we're just trying to gaslight her, aren't we?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I don't know. That seems to be one of the most defining actions you'd take. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
I'm not into that. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
Right.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
Right.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
I do, but I don't like that I'm agreeing with the voice of the opportunist, okay?
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
Don't call me out like that, okay?
I
need to talk because I'm a video game streamer.
Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with
But that's the content. That's the content.
Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
I see that you have no need for...
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now
I didn't actually.
Like the two of you already know each other.
Actually, I didn't comment about that at all.
No. You've already been here, haven't you?
I haven't done anything yet to have portrayed that.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
No, but I didn't say anything. I just walked to the woods. I said, okay, all right, I'm gonna go, didn't I?
Well, you seem to be great at it.
Can I go back and check? Oh, that was all the way when she took my hand. That was the love ending route. Okay, that's like a bit far. Okay, never mind.
So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. but you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us?
Oh,
Just
I think
focus
so.
on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Slaying her or else she destroys your world. Is that like in a meta sense? If you don't kill the princess? No, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Doesn't he have it mistaken? His world only exists because the princess remains unslayed. Unslayed? I don't know.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
I don't like that. I sound like the
Talk to her.
opportunist.
You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm sorry about last time.
Oh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. Well, if you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
I don't know, I thought it was pretty funny, but I guess not. I died last time, you didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you.
You were the one who tried to kill me when my back was turned. You were the one who started all of this. Only a poor loser twists their own failures around on the winner.
Look, I know. Things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Well, it sounds to me like she's planning to rearrange my guts. I didn't bring my blade down here, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
I knew that much.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Well, that tracks.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
A woman after my own heart, really.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I'd have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here.
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
A little bit.
But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests.
Okay.
If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event.
Of course the opportunist would be.
She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's gonna stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing.
Yeah.
See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
I don't trust you. Not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Okay, let's go.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she
Like,
are face
what the
to
hell
face.
else was I gonna do? No, I'm leaving, and she'll be like, actually, no, you're not. Fuck you, and she just comes over, right?
She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you
This
find
is the furry
yourselves
route.
face to face.
You can okay, stop.
She's silent for a long moment, as if
That's
testing
like,
to see
you
what you'll do
understand
now
that
she's
that's,
within
you
arm's
understand
reach.
that I meant, like, violent dissection, not whatever. Whatever.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together.
She's not very trusting, are we?
Trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time.
That's true, we did.
A lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted.
You haven't seen the furry route? Okay, I don't even want to know.
If you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Alright, I'll go.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
All
Step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
What, do you want to hold my hand?
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her. No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory.
What's she gonna do, kill me?
Why did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight.
Hey, what the hell?
Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs.
Why?
Your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots until
Why not wait till we're outside to do it?
Bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
Why not, like... Sorry, I saw bone and pop and I did not think the words that they were trying to tell me. Why didn't she just wait till we walked outside to do that? I don't know, whatever.
The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
You did this to yourself.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up.
Okay.
Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
Oh.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
Me neither.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
Well, I mean, that is what we did to her, I guess.
What I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
I suppose.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
Well, it was... I can't get up. I can't get up. You broke my back. What the hell was that for? I was trying to help you out of here. You were never going to get up the stairs. Where were we? We could have gone out of here if we just trusted each other. Say nothing. I can't get up. What the hell was that for?
Maybe you were, and maybe you weren't. But even more than I wanted my freedom, I really, really wanted to hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
And you know as well as I that by our very natures, only one of us could make it up those stairs unscathed.
Really?
Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
I mean, I guess the backstab option leads to the backstab ending. It makes sense to me.
I wanted her to go first. I had
Which would lead to the voice of the opportunist.
Once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming.
Wow.
Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back.
Yes, you're like, this is your first time in stream and like, you are very excited about this, which is good, I think.
There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would
I
have
see
got to
it.
the
I see
blade
your
first.
excitement.
Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Ho ho ho! So she's not as bad as us.
Got him.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
It is a bit funny.
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I
Uh,
wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
and
Is
then
that
what?
really what's going to happen then?
Is that what's going to
Hello?
satisfy you?
Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond. The arms have come.
I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape.
Yeah.
I wasn't
It's
feeling
you.
much of anything, but now I feel cold.
You'll get used to it. +1. +1 vessel. Can we get a +1 vessel in chat? I'm not doing that, no. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
We'll just go to the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
It always
If
does.
he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Let's gaze into our reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Hit me. You've unraveled. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. -2, so we're back to net 0 again, I guess. She broke her back but not in the way I want. You guys want things that you shouldn't have.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
You think there are people out there? That's a good question.
It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impermanent.
Yes, but
You and
isn't
I are the only things that interest me.
but the frailty and the impermanence are kind of what makes it human, right? That's what makes it so interesting. It's a struggle in spite of all of that. Enough to fill a man's heart, isn't it? You think there's anything real out there?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Nothing is the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own. Because of that, nothing can exist. Let me examine that for a bit. That is, I think, true. Hold on. Where's my toggle for this? Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. So nothingness defined in opposition to existence. But it cannot exist on its own, so it cannot exist independent of its relation to something. Because of that, nothingness cannot exist. That's true. But that felt a bit like a tautology. Okay, anyways. Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is hope marred by bitterness and betrayal.
Right, yeah, this is the betrayal.
She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous heart.
Righteous,
Do
I
not
suppose is the
mourn
word.
her. She is finally on the other side.
Sorry, this is a new position, by the way. If I knock into my microphone, hold on. Ah! I did it again. If I knock into my microphone, that's because I'm putting my setup in a new position. Are you saying I shouldn't want a hot girl to destroy me? That's exactly what I'm saying. You know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No. The point of awakening is to find out.
I suppose you're right. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator. And he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No. Their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
No. No, I don't. He does. I don't know why, but I know it's for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. Okay, I guess he does. I guess he does. I guess my answer was wrong. I guess I got the wrong answer. It was multiple choice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I missed all of them. Okay, all right. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
How many more?
1.
Oh!
Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
Oh, shit.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Oh, I see. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so we don't have to do all of them. Okay. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you? You know we're going to fight when this is over. Do you really want me to bring you the last vessel? If this is the last stage of your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Alright, another case. In other words, it doesn't matter. Okay. We're going to fight. Do you really want me to bring this?
Conflict is my nature. There is nothing I want more than to finally perceive the shape of myself from every angle, and to turn that shape on you. But not all fights end in destruction. Just as not all conversations end in peace.
Hmm.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Wait, there is no waiting forever. We can wait a little bit.
I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever?
You said that.
If you close that box, will you become
You said that too.
always come back to the box?
Yeah, I know. I will. Oh, that's what happens when I wait. Right. Yeah, that's what happens when I wait. Give me one moment. That's a good opportunity actually for me to wait. Actually, hold on. I'm going to need a bit of a water break. Right. Where were we? Welcome back. Thank you for welcome. We are going back to the princess. One more vessel to go. Not sure which one to go for because I don't know what they're like. I obviously knew that doing the nice options, it would make sense to go to the nice options for the nicer princess is one of the vessels to bring to her. But I think it doesn't matter anyways because all the other souls, all the other vessels will, it's like gravity, right? Will come back.
You have returned to me.
Yeah, I have.
You were gone mere moments. I never left your side.
I know, I just had to get some water, okay? My game is lagging a bit, sorry. I know, and I know someone said earlier when I said this the first time, how do you lag in a visual novel? My library computer finds a way, it does. Okay, here we are. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Exciting.
I will be here, waiting for you.
I know you will. Everything goes dark and you die.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
But you can't bring all of the
basement
vessels,
that
can you?
cabin is a princess.
Are there only so many vessels? Are we missing some others?
You're here to slay her.
Yep. Okay. What does spacebar do? Doesn't do anything. Okay. Thanks for telling me.
It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Bravo. I haven't done it yet. Don't bravo me yet. I haven't done it yet.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess.
Don't
We're
clap until
supposed
the
to
end of the
save
performance,
princesses,
right?
not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let's proceed to come. It does open chapter 1. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out, man.
Bare. The air is the blade.
Take the blade. Let's take the blade and be nice. Let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Yep. Thanks for stopping the music the moment I take it. Game's loading. I know it is. It's just taking a while because my computer's not.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge.
It's almost as if she knew immediately that, like, I grabbed the knife the moment I come down.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs.
Actually, a ton is just 5 is a typical playthrough.
With the princess.
So I keep getting achievements whenever I gave a vessel to the hands, to the arms.
The basement.
Whenever I gave one to the arms, I get an achievement. And it says, like, you know, once I do 5, like, the game kind of, or like however many, I don't remember, the game completes, or whatever, the ending completes. So if I want to get the achievement for giving her all the different ones, I have to do that initial bit where I get to see the arms again, and then embark on 5 specific princesses that are not the ones I'd already gotten in a previous route or achievement, in order to get that achievement on Steam. Is that what that is? Okay, all right.
She's so coldly
I don't care to achievement hunt.
Is she really a threat?
But I want to know what the process is. Like I've never given a shit about achievements in the games I play. I just wanted to know what it would take.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I struggle.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Yeah, okay. My game's lagging again, sorry.
Against your
Okay.
better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Okay, this is awkward. It is pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I have my reasons. You think I'd just come here to kill someone without even knowing why? That'd be ridiculous.
And yet you hesitated the moment you saw me. And you dropped your knife. If killing me was really
That's
that
true.
important,
You got me there.
you'd have a little more gumption, don't you think? So, someone put you up to this, right? And whoever it is, it's probably the same someone who shoved me into this dark pit and chained me to a wall.
That's a fair question. Who chained her in this basement, and if she's so dangerous, how did they manage to trap her? And why have we been left to do their dirty work? Don't give away the game, and don't let her distract you. That's exactly what she wants.
I'm right, aren't I? So who put you up to this?
Disembodied voice in my head. Maybe because you're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall?
You said this, yeah, okay.
Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Like a ghost. Deflect. Haven't told enough.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
They haven't shared a thing, have they? All I've done is point a finger. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
You're slaying more than I am, so I don't know.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure
mistaken.
you think you want to hear.
I'm mistaken in thinking the voice of the hero. Here's how I was thinking about it. I was thinking the voice of the hero is the person I'm controlling, and the narrator is just a different voice, right? Like, now I realize I think it's not the case. I am the person. I'm playing as the person I'm controlling. And the voice of the hero is just one of the voices that pops up immediately right at the beginning, along with the narrator voice. Right. Okay.
But you don't really know me.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about...
Yep. How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
How long have you been down
Too
here?
long.
Again, she offers no...
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address
Yeah,
me as
yeah, I know
your
how to
Royal
address you.
Highness.
Okay, no more
Oh,
talking.
Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Let's slay her. Wait for the ghost. Let the ghost possess us. Let's do that.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
It seems I've lost the battle.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single
You can only
blow
really
from her
do
hand.
that. I think you can only successfully slay her if you just ignore everything and just go straight for the kill, which makes sense to
We
me.
shouldn't have hesitated.
Yeah, we did.
But she doesn't
didn't
stop
we?
there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you
I don't
stay
blame you.
down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her
I'm not
slight
into
frame
this.
could possibly
What's my
possess.
safe word?
As you gasp for air, she eyes you.
What, guys?
with
What's my
intense
safe word?
curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
Okay.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
All right. Chapter 2, the tower. The tower? We're going to a tower, not a cabin.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her.
Okay. Going to kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You
Shadows
haven't met
do.
the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Voice of the broken.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her.
I didn't
But
let
slaying the
her.
princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Let's proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything
This is
in this
the-
situation. She probably doesn't even need to
This is
try
the
to
sub
overpower
ending.
us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
That's what every pessimist
You're being
says.
annoying.
That's
Just
true.
ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
I can't stress enough how I've already done that
I
pretty
agree.
much.
If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible.
Okay.
So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Let's
If
proceed
that's
into the
what you
cabin.
want, I guess I don't have a say here.
You don't have any say. You're not saying anything at all. Door opens. Yeah, okay. Door. Does the door always open?
The
It's
interior
weird.
of
I'm
the
weirded
cabin
out
is
by this.
larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Let's go to the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Is it a
I hope
cabin?
we should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Not me, though. I deserve to be seen, I think.
You take the blade from the altar.
How did we do
It would
that?
be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Just as difficult with. Oh, how did it open?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Look, I think everything up to the actual murder is kind of cool, but like, don't do that, you know?
Kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window.
Okay.
Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
Chains and toys, huh? Yeah, okay.
The little
I see what this
bird
ending
has
is.
returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Okay.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor.
Don't look into that. Don't look into that.
We didn't have to do that. And yet you did. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it
Got
feels
this?
like
Thank you
to
for the
be in her
encouragement.
presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
What the fuck else am I gonna do? I mean, like, you know, what else? What am I gonna say? No? I'm like tiny. I'm probably like the size of a mug, maybe, right? Considering this angled perspective for which I'm looking at the room and her, right?
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I can feel its fundamental truth awaken me.
Okay.
The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new.
I think it's
and
fallacious.
The world, as it is now, is overdue for alterations.
Pardon my disagreement, but I think it's a little fallacious, okay? I don't think it's necessary to destroy whatever it is in order to enact change in a new world or whatever. There's a lot of like dramatic talk of destruction of the old and to build a new one. Neither of those are straightforward, and the idea of wiping everything for a clean slate is romanticized a bit too much. Frankly, one, I don't think it'd be that easy to do like logistically, but also I don't think I think it's, or maybe I think it's a bit too easy and hand wavy as an ideological concept to go like, you know what, okay, fuck everything that's going on right now, let's just forget it, let's just destroy it, and then let's start a new thing. That's a little too hand wavy to me, you know. It's a little irresponsible, and also it doesn't embrace the challenge and multi-complexity that is the world around us. But you know, you can say what you want.
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality
you're learning about
destroy
how
her,
it's actually a new thing for you, but I guess it's not for me, right? Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she?
True, but it's like the easiest thing to do. Yeah, that's why people make that mistake. It's because it's the easy thing to do.
Then you shouldn't
just to go like, I don't know, what is my vision for the world? Let me think. I'm gonna just destroy everything and then start over. Like, that's too... It's very ideologically hand-wavy, and it's very much like ignorant of the way the world is right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's a boring, it's not boring, but it's a lazy answer, is what I'll say. I don't think it's boring. I think it's lazy. Raise it to the ground. Yes, destroy everything. Start again. You know, like...
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
What would you have me do? What do you have planned?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
None of the chapter 2s needed that, okay? So powerful, can't you just break the chains yourself?
Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
It could be rude, but it could also be justified.
That's exactly why it's rude.
We should know our place. That's not... okay.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or
no, it kinda is.
Bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world.
Deliver you? Like a midwife, like Socrates.
And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference, because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against
I don't like that this is the ending, this is the vessel we're ending on for the for the hands. Just because you're supposed to end it doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever, you can do whatever you want.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
What happened to you after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
Okay.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill.
Okay.
If you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept.
Look, I don't...
A priest, perhaps. Or a pet.
I prefer the priest. And probably a little bit more. I'm not going to help you into the world. I don't care if it's something new comes after. I just can't let you do that. Or I'm yours to command, pledge yourself to her. Look, I think in this position, it's like, what the fuck can you do? I'm just saying, you play both sides, so you always come out on top, right? Isn't that how it is?
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where
What?
it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal
You mean the voices
you
in my
from
head?
Me. Is that a person? No. It used to be a person.
That's what I thought.
Something different now.
Why does she look so
echo.
different from like from the princess just now?
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with
We
me.
immediately listen to her as Laris. There's like
You're
nothing else to do.
small, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
Oh, finally, someone's picking up
I don't care what you are.
the voice in my
You're
head.
mine. Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Oh, okay.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade.
It's true.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
And I suppose it has spin. It's over. I'm sorry. What happens if I don't believe?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart. It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free.
Yeah, okay. Voice of the broken.
Please, don't do this.
I have to. It's over. I'm sorry.
Sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
Don't think we ever will, mate. I don't think we've ever had it in the first place, I'll be honest.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
Or is it?
What a good disciple you are.
You gotta like, hold on, okay.
It's time for us to leave.
Alright, okay. What happens now?
Nothing. And then, everything.
Are the hands... Here's my question. Are the hands that are going to then envelop her later, like, going to be, like, am I really small? Or is she really large? And are the hands going to scale up? Are they going to remain at the same scale? Or maybe, like, they don't need to scale up? They're just going to be the same scale anyways, relative to, like, how huge she is right now? But I don't know. We'll see. I have my answer. Voice of the broken, more like voice of the people. But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's
return.
gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
No.
There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Honestly, bravo. Well, it is near the end. Yeah, I suppose you can say that
This
now.
doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Final for sure, yes.
I don't want to look at us.
You will. The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. I never figured out what this cursor is. You're nothing at all. Oh. Oh! But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it. A figure. A faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Yeah, is that what I'm thinking? Is that... Wait, sorry, my thing is lagging.
Bird boy, your beak is showing. The mirror is chat when chairman breaks it. I never figured out what this cursor is, immediately gets answered.
Yeah, I mean, I figured it looked bird-like, but I just didn't see the connection, and I don't think you were supposed to. You were supposed to, right?
Oh my god, it's parrot.
Alright, we're getting out of here now. That's it. Just as easily as you're brought into existence, you are rid of it as well. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Yeah. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Ah! Very loud noise. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. My thing is lagging. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you a part of me, or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along? Wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? Destroy the mirror. Okay. That's a lot of options.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
I don't know, like 6. Oh, I only have so many questions. Okay, all right. If you're not me, then what are you?
I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Okay, either way we're destroying the mirror, because, like... What is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Why would you want me to destroy the concept of transformation? You know things won't just be worse if I destroy her. What would it be like to live in a world without her?
Light, burdenless, an eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear, no more howling chaos.
Eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery.
There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world was to never be able to see it for myself.
Why would you want me to destroy the concept of
Among other
transformation?
things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, She must be destroyed.
Well, lost and gained. You think not so very fondly of death, and I understand why. There is a sense of self-preservation, and hence you want to slay the princess, but... wow. Isn't that what makes it beautiful in the first place? The people out there beyond the walls of the construct, do they know about this? Do they know what you want me to do to them? You've called this place a construct. What is it supposed to do? Why would you want to rid the world of death? I'm pretty sure death is good, actually. Important, even.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Abject horror is a way to view it, I suppose, and it can be unpleasant. If I destroy her, how is that existence any better than death, or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse. There's a lot of questions to ask. Sorry, I'm not reading all of them. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris? After everything you've done, do you think anyone deserves to live? You know that things just won't be worse. Others like you've said something like that before. I don't care about that one, about the every other narrator. I have so many questions. No, that's not. I'm not wasting that. I'm sorry. I don't want to destroy you. No. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Yeah, we know that. Are you part of me, or are you something? Or are you something else? I think we roughly know what that is already. Why couldn't you have told me all this from the start? I would have helped you destroy her. If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small? I've met you many times. Have you been the same all along? If you made me, then what am I? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? How did you die? Why did you make her a princess? Of all things, why is she a princess? That's just the same question. Why wouldn't she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? What if neither of us leave this place? Does that work? Can we just stay here together and leave the people out here alone? The people out there beyond the walls of the construct, do they know? Call this place a construct. What is it supposed to do? I've died plenty of times. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. Okay. Why did you make her a princess?
I didn't make her a princess, but I wove the idea of her into something your scattered mind could fathom. You chose for that something to be a princess.
What, the concept of change? Nah, I mean, I guess I can see it. Chose to make her a princess? Why couldn't I have made things easier for myself? Think something small or weak like an ant or a slice of bread? No, I'm not doing that. How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
Okay. What if neither of us leave this place? Is that okay? No, we've read that. The people out there, yeah. You've called this place a construct. I've died. Who cares? I've died. You've called it a construct. What is it supposed to do?
It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done, and it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world.
Right, yeah.
But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
Death of the author ran out of questions. Oh, and so we have... Lie, rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. I think you're out of time. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. I'm not going to, and I want you to know.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo.
and echoes always fade away.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. See to the cabin one last time. Bring the tower to her. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Well, I brought you the one that, you know, has a very specific set of preferences. Oh, shit.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear a conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet. What does that
Names
mean?
are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting.
That's because I was the only dialogue choice I had, okay?
Isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think so.
When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
That you do.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions. I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. What world? What does that even mean? But if you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I wouldn't do it. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Would you slay the concept of change? My immediate gut instinct answer is to say no. Like, it's almost, the choice to me is unfortunately almost too easy. I don't understand what the destruction of a world really means if that world is one that is rid of, well, that is right, exactly, devoid of death and possibility. But also, we are playing God. And it's just like, we say that and it's a guise of it, and it's just a world that's just torment and suffering and chaos. Do you have a say in all this?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
What would you do if you were God? It's a great question for a philosophy major. Unfortunately, my philosophical answer to this is I'm not. And that's beautiful that I'm not. But like but a lot of other philosophy majors, or at least people with philosophical ideas, probably have more interesting answers than mine. There's many stories left
Even
unfinished.
as your eyes begin to open,
There's a cop-out.
still hold
It's
on to the
existentialism.
notions of is and is not, of beginning and end.
I can give you an answer that's not that later, though.
Blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Yes, but there's a satisfaction of the soul, you see. I guess not when you're an abstract concept. I'm only human. Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic.
Yeah.
But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten
What?
you,
Uh-oh.
then so be it.
What the fuck?
You are nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts.
Uh-oh.
A dog blind to its leash. But there is no light without the dark.
Yeah, you kind of need me, don't
When
you?
I proclaimed my godhood and offered
Oh
you
shit,
a
the
place
last
at my
god, the
side,
last, like,
you
the
gladly
last
became
princess
the
matters?
instrument of my new creation.
Does the last princess matter? Do you have to replay the game 20 times? What the fuck?
Only with both of us is there a future to look towards.
Oh shit.
It is hope that carves meaning into being.
Oh shit. I was just playing my role in that one. That wasn't how I actually would behave. Appeal to Explorer, address the vessel's statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about. Reject your authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Argue your independence. You act as though the world cannot exist without you, but I've existed without you. Reject your perspective. I won't engage with violence. Remain silent. I'm gonna appeal to your shared humanity.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
Oh, okay, fuck.
We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves.
Does that make sense as an answer?
But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time.
That's kind of crazy, though.
To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
Like, I completely agree with her ideologically, which is why, like, it's kind of hard to fight her, is because, like, I think, yeah, you're cooking. Continue to appeal to your shared humanity. It's always just been about us. Two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other anymore.
You cling to your notion of pain as suffering. There is beauty and ugliness, and love and conflict.
Final boss of Valentine's, true.
Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go?
I can see how you can fit these in a different order in the way I'm thinking, like on a meta level of like how they made the game is what I was thinking about. You cling to your notion of pain as suffering. There is beauty and ugliness and love and conflict. Yeah.
But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me.
Oh, I see how you change it. You change that text too. That makes sense, yeah. To make it match up with the princess that you get, yeah.
There was nothing that could hold us back.
I'm gonna continue to appeal to my shared humanity. There can be love and conflict and beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole of reality into the picture. All right, here it comes.
The whole of reality.
Here it comes. Yeah, here it comes. Yeah, here's this one. Here's this one. Yeah, that wasn't my brightest moment. Why are you completely right? Like, what the fuck else? How do I, like, I completely would agree with you. The first time we met, I executed you without a second thought, and at the end of my confrontation with your spirit, I hurled you down a bottomless pit.
You speak of me as if I am a ghost, but I am right in front of you.
As the clash between you abates, the princess withdraws trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center.
Yeah, yes.
Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
But it's too easy to just agree with her. That's my... I'm a little baffled because I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point actually. And then I'm going, wait, I'm agreeing with the antagonist of the game. What's going on? Which I think is clever. I think it's clever, if not, you know, if anything. It's easy to believe in things you believe in when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready to go. How do we leave? I never wanted you to fight you, but how do we leave? I can't let that happen. I can't let everything die, slay the princess. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. Oh, that's a question. That's something I would say. Yeah.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh shit, the Avengers. Which hero are you?
I'm all of them. I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Okay. You have no idea how good it is to hear you. I thought voices weren't allowed here. I thought you died when I looked in the mirror. How are you supposed to help? Where's everyone else? Where's everyone else?
They're still where you left them. Stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I suppose I am.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Alright, here we are. We're back. Are we back? No, we're still on the drawing board. No, we're not. We're back.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place.
I said no, and the voice of the contrarian immediately disagreed with me right as I said no.
Oh, you made it here too?
God.
We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Is it just the three of us?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
So we're back with the contrarian in the... Right, so this is the first ending I did. Is this the first ending? This is the second ending. The first ending I did, my first set of choices were bringing the knife in, talking to her, and then how did I die in my first choice? What happened to my first route? I'm trying to recall what I did. I wanted to hear her out, and then I walked away, and then I locked her in the basement, and then she became a ghost, and she killed me, and then I died. And then the second time around, I was like, fuck this. I'm like, there is nothing urgent about this. I'm going to leave this game now. And that's what triggered this ending with the contrarian, which makes sense because the contrarian is the one that doesn't want to do whatever is presented, and always finding the other, which makes sense. That was the path and the choices I made to make this happen. And that the contradictions have created this strange broken world. Right. Okay. Yep. I've got it. I'm up. And then I did all those endings after that build into the contrarian ending. That makes sense to me. Okay, sure. The officer still stands. Could you describe the cabin to us for old time's sake?
Of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore.
I find it hard to slay the princess, actually, because I just feel like I completely agree with her, but that is good because that allows me to challenge myself in the way I think.
It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he?
Oh. Well, the windows are new here, I think. I don't think we've seen these windows in particular because they're drawn in a way that's like the abstract bodies of the princesses lumping into the big thing, right? Like that's what that is, which is pretty cool.
He mentioned the windows when we broke them.
Oh yeah,
no
he did.
This time either. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
Good riddance? I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? It's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel bad that he's gone.
One's in the left of the cabin, one's in the right of the castle. Right. Okay.
That's probably for the best. It's always seems to give us more things we can do, right? So you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window? No, we've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves.
Yeah.
You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if we toss it out the window twice.
Agreed completely.
I know.
You can still throw it out. No, let's enter the basement.
Those winding stairs again.
You bring
Parrot
back
there's only
now.
one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together. And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So, you brought the knife. After everything you've seen, and all the lives we've lived together, you still aren't sure what you want to do? Unless you are. We just hope you're sure of yourself, one way or the other.
Sorry. Ah. We aren't holding it in a cool way. Yeah. No, we are. We are holding it in a cool way, are we not? Oh, we're not holding it in a cool way. Oh well. Do we sit with her? Do we slay her? Do we slay them or do we sit with them? I just don't see why there's this yearning for a world devoid of change. Like, I want to try to see the narrator's perspective. I do. It's just so difficult to agree with it. But it's also because, it also could be because I'm missing something, right? I feel like as in, like, I feel like I wasn't paying enough attention to the intention of the narrator as I was playing this. Let me think. I don't want to slay the princess. There's just no reason to, I suppose. I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you, at least. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did.
That's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful.
Yeah, I think I agree.
That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
Until
After all
what?
we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
I don't think I want to be a god. Are you the same as you are out there? I don't want to hurt anyone. There has to be a way out of this. What are we going to do? I don't want to have to slay you, but I don't know what other options there are. I'm sorry.
We don't think there's a way for us to leave.
Oh, they're playing the music?
But maybe there doesn't have to be an ending. The way it all works seems to be based on you. If you believe we can do something, then we can do it. So believe that we can put it all back. Believe we can fix the Echo's construct and make us all forget. Believe we can send us all back to the beginning, before anyone woke up, before the truth consumed us.
This feels like the ideological heat death of the universe, if you know what I mean. Which I think is a strange comparison to make, maybe, but I promise, like, that was well-founded, okay?
Can they really do that? Are you sure that's what you want? Why wouldn't it be what we want? Especially if it brings him back? We can't keep going without a nemesis.
A nemesis. Would resetting it do anything to help them, the people out there? If you continue to exist, and don't they continue to die and suffer? I don't want to forget you. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. If we're here talking about this right now, how do we know we haven't done this before? This isn't fair. I want to be here with you. I don't want to be alone again.
Maybe we have. Maybe we haven't. We can't know something like that. But we're choosing to do it now. And maybe we'll just keep doing it again and again, forever. It's almost comforting to know we can keep meeting each other over and over again.
Oh, would resetting it do anything to help them, the people out there?
If you believe we can give them more time, then we can give them more time. It's all up to you.
Yeah. Don't underestimate the power of our thoughts. You've seen what they can do. You haven't even seen the half of it.
Yeah, that much is true, I think. How do you know that things won't just end worse? What if when I make my way back here, I'm different than I hurt you? What if I kill you? What if I let you bring about the end of everything?
That's okay. We have to be able to trust that whatever choices we make, they're the right choices. Maybe we'll continue the loop of forgetting and restarting forever. Or maybe we'll decide, at some point, that it's time for things to end.
We're going to find ourselves back here eventually.
And when we do, we can choose to do it all again. We'll always be able to start over, if that's what all of us want.
How can we trust ourselves? Our memories will be gone. We'd have to decide to do this every single time forever. Eventually something is going to be different.
When we first met each other in the long quiet, there was something inside of us. something we couldn't recognize or understand. And we can't say we fully understand it now. A warmth when we look at you, the kind you don't realize you're missing until it's come back. Every time we hurt each other, every time something awful happened, it was still there, undercutting the pain on the surface with a constant, soothing glow. That warmth is never going to go away, and that's why we believe in you.
But if I slay you, that is precisely what is going away, isn't it? I take it all back. Is it too late to go back to being a god? Agree to her plan. What the fuck? Is there any other way?
Our options are limited to what that knife offers us. Either we use it to put things back, or you kill us. We're sure you can figure out which one we'd prefer. But we don't want to influence you. We're sure you'll do what you think is best. If it's time for it to be over, it's time for it to be over. As much as we might want a few more precious lifetimes with you.
I guess in a meta sense they're asking... The game's asking me if I want to end it now. Have I seen enough variations? Have I seen enough realities? Have I seen enough princesses? Different versions, different what-ifs. The ebb and flow, the change of the world. I've seen quite a few, but I haven't seen them all. Even so, I know that I could see them all if I turn away. I know that it's sort of, I suppose almost the question is not so much will you slay the princess, but when will you slay the princess? If, like, because you probably will. In the meta sense that the structure and sense that this is a video game that you complete. And really, that's the only meaningful choice to make. Otherwise, it's not much choice at all. We have had our fun. We have existed. We have played the game. We've gone through all the timelines. We've picked up the knife. We've put it down. We've talked. We've been silent. We've been on murderous rampage after murderous rampage. Chapter after chapter of struggle and fight, but also enjoyment. Weird sense of enjoyment out of this horror game. I'm sorry, but I can't do that.
There's no need to apologize. We are what we are, and this is in your nature. Even through everything, through all the worlds we've seen and experienced, through all the lives we've known and lost, we could never imagine a world without you and us. It doesn't feel possible.
Yeah.
Despite it all, we've always loved you. We hope you don't regret what comes next.
Love is a powerful word, I suppose. You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small, melancholic weight that sits at the borders of your heart. Whatever action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged and left each of you with a piece of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you also destroyed a part of yourself. But the world hasn't ended. Things continue on.
Gone. And I don't think she's coming back.
No, she's not. A small part of her is with us.
Is that a metaphor, or...
I think that was a metaphor.
It doesn't matter. We don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going.
Leave.
That's right. We've got a whole world to see.
You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. And then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here.
It is.
Yeah, there's not a lot for us to do, is there?
Path in the woods outside are an empty canvas, but there is even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Set yourself free. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation and limit you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back, strain against it. It does not yield.
Come on now. It shouldn't be that hard to break out of here. We're some sort of god, aren't we?
What are we breaking out of?
He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. Is that like a sun? And then the shattering, you are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality, one forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over, isn't it? But all of us are still here. We really won! We're the house now. We get to make the rules.
That wasn't very hard at all.
Speak for yourself.
There should be more voices,
Well,
right?
boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now. I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable.
I know.
Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better. Welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you all again. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We could do that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can do that.
Tony Howard Arias and Abby Howard. Jonathan Sims says all the voices. Nicole Goodnight is the princess. Written by Tony. Illustrated by Abby. You didn't get to meet my favorite? Well, that's the end of this world. Could be time for another, though. It's very empty. As it should be, by the way. I think this is perfect. I think it's perfect that it feels empty now. Oh, there are different vocals for different... Okay, right. Stock footage. Font, sound system, right. How did you manifest the Heat Death Universe ending? Because I felt like it was the ending that the game didn't want me to do. Is the real reason, honestly. Snake cat, small monster. Oh, nice creatures. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. Oh. Oh. That's kind of the, Interesting. Now that you've finished the full story for the first time, you've also unlocked the gallery. You can access it from the main and in-game menus under the Memories tab. And it's full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting. Ah. Explore, join the Discord, join mailing list, subreddit, somewhere else. I'll join the subreddit, but not now. I still have yet to see all the vessels. Make your playlist. Play other game. Return to the main menu. Oh, I don't have any slots to load because it was just kind of... Right. Hmm. I know it's like for the past few weeks I might have said this far too many times, but I have no other way to express it after I've beaten this game. Beaten, you know, in quotes. I've finished this game. Is I had a certain amount of expectation. I had a certain expectation going into it. Sorry, let me just lower the volume a little bit. Oh shit, what the hell? I didn't know that does that. Oh, I didn't know that does that. Oh, I didn't know that does that. I lingered for a bit too long on the main menu. Oh. Okay. Out of the princesses and voices you've met, which is your favorite? Probably the last one. Oh, and we go to the other memories. That's the okay. Let me see. Yeah, vessels. The hero, the princess, spaces between the bend of everything, and these are the ones that are. Oh, okay. So these are the other options you can get, right? And there's like, I guess, like some hints for what they are, for which ones they are. Okay. We got the tower, specter, nightmare, wraith, witch, stranger, and damsel. Out of all of these, probably tower. Out of all these, but there's like a lot that I've yet to experience. I might enjoy those more. We'll see, right? We'll see. I like the main menu music without it transforming. I just want to stay in the main menu for the music, but it's fine. You like this? It's not. That's not why. That's not why, okay? I felt like she was the most interesting, okay? The ranking of games? I don't want to get into that yet. You owe me an answer? The God question, right? Let me get to that later. Let me get to that in a bit. Okay. I want to form some thoughts on this, first and foremost. This was 5 hours and 40 minutes. It kind of didn't feel like that. It didn't feel very long. And I think part of that was because when I was really drawn and absorbed into it in a way that's like natural. Like it didn't feel like some of the, for example, when I was playing the visual novels and playing for maybe 6-7 hours, like that felt so long because I was not used to it, right? That was not something I was used to playing a lot and enjoyed personally. Slay the Princess is my type of game. Slay the Princess is the type of game that you look at Charis Euphranor and go, I bet he's played that. And if he hasn't played that, he's definitely going to play it at some point in the future or now. And you'd be right. You would be right. The Slay the Princess is the type of game that I would enjoy and I would play. And going into it, I knew that. And that sets an even higher expectation than normal, because normally the expectation is like, oh, it's a good game, people enjoy it, maybe I'll enjoy it too. There's an expectation set. This is an expectation that's a bit unique in that, like, oh, like, you know, like you again insert Squid Game's meme format, right? I've played these games before. I have. And I must admit, okay? I must admit that right at the beginning, right as I did the first route, or the first bit with the standard ending, when you're kind of settling into the cabin and the woods and the princess and this knife and, you know, the elements of the story that that are supposed to familiarize yourself with simpler concepts before they kind of evolve into more complex ideas, right? And when we were at that simpler stage, I wasn't quite impressed yet. And I have to say this now because it was how I felt, truly. And again, I don't mean by any slights, right? And I know that there are inevitable comparisons I will make in my head. And as I talk about them, I will, like, in my head, I'll continue to subconsciously do it. So it's better for me to just get it out of the way and let you know what's going on, so you can hear my biases and you can hear, like, you know, where I'm coming from exactly before I continue on my thoughts of this game, right? Which I will give now that I've successfully completed it, right? At least for the first time. The Stanley Parable is my favorite game ever made. The moment I played it, it was my favorite, and since I played it back in, like, I don't know, when did I play the Stanley Parable? I think 2015 maybe. And it's funny because the first time around I was too broke to, like, buy the game, so I think I didn't pirate it, but my friend bought the game, and he actually, like, he bought it, but it wasn't on Steam. He didn't buy it from Steam. So when he bought the game and the game, like, was given to him, he had, like, the file of the game that you could just, like, move and drop in, like, a hard drive. So what happened was, actually, I just asked my friend to copy the game for me, and I played it on my computer, my little laptop, like, many years ago. This was like 10 years ago, I think. And since then, and since I played that, and I've played games before the Stanley Parable, but there's a very interesting shift in the way I perceived games pre-Stanley Parable and post-Stanley Parable. At least for me, as a person. Every game experience I've ever had, thought the Stanley Parable was a free Gmod game. It started off as a mod for Half-Life 2, I think. But that's not when I played it. I played it when it was its own standalone game. I think it came out in 2013 or 2012, and I played it, like, I think maybe a few years after it came out. So it wasn't during the buzz of it. It was kind of okay, I think the menu's cool, but can I, like, no, the music changes anyways. Okay, I want to get into, like, the music that's, like, a bit more whatever. We'll just stay here, I guess, and I'll just lower the volume for a bit, so it, like, it doesn't crowd my voice a bit too much. Maybe like 30. Okay. There's an Ultra Deluxe. You played it? Yes, I have. And that is my favorite game. But it doesn't count because it's, like, really just an enhanced version of my favorite game already. That's objectively, in my opinion, a better version. But it is still, like, a version of the same thing. Which begs the question, you know, isn't every game just the Stanley Parable? Like Persona 4. Which is something the game itself does. So before I go into trying to meaningfully talk about Slay the Princess and what it tries to do and the way it does it, I have to admit, I have a very strong bias for these games, which is a positive sense in my evaluation of it. First of all, right? I love these types of games that get into your head, where the gameplay is in your mind more than it is on the screen. Really, is like my type of thing. But not in the sense that, like, it's like strategy and chess, but more in the deeply introspective, existential sense. I really enjoy those types of games, and there's not been that many of those type of games. I would say Slay the Princess falls into that category for me, and there's not that many that do. So for the fact that it does, I inevitably have to compare it to my favorite thing ever. And that sucks because I don't want to do that when I play games. Generally, I want to just play the game and think of the game itself. I don't want to have to always, like, in my head think, oh, but, like, it's not like this other thing that I enjoyed more. Like, this was a wonderful experience, and I hate to have to be like, oh, but you know, was it as good as the Stanley Parable? Was it better? Was it worse? Whoa, there has to be one. Like, I don't like to think that at all, even though a lot of people like to do that, right? But I can't just pretend like I've not played the Stanley Parable before, and this is my first like foray into this type of perspective game, right? So that's everything. I guess that's the initial bit out of the way. I think this game needed to exist. And that's, I think, probably the biggest compliment I can give. Here's why. Because, and here's maybe a comparison, right? You play, once you've played Breath of the Wild, like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, you don't need to play like, you don't, like, the Sonic Frontiers doesn't need to exist in a post Breath of the Wild world. Do you see what I'm getting at? Fucking Genshin Impact without the gacha elements. I'm sorry to have to bring up fucking Genshin Impact in a Slay the Princess stream, but hear me out, right? Does it need to exist in a post Breath of the Wild world? Why? Because Breath of the Wild exists, and you should just play that because it's the like, it's the best form of this type of game to ever exist, and every other thing is just a pale imitation, right? Like, you know, that comes out post that, because everyone's like, well, now we gotta put gliders and stamina bars into every open world game. Now it makes sense. Gonna say something dreadful. Say the Princess is more Disco Elysium than Stanley Parable. Interesting. And I might agree with you, but I haven't played Disco Elysium yet. I have the game though. I haven't played it though. But I might agree with you if I had played Disco Elysium. I haven't yet. Sorry, like the menu is like not, the music, the changing of the BGM is not synced with the animation, because I went into new game and like load or something, and that reset the animation of the main menu, and that frustrates me. That frustrates me a little bit, and that's a little distracting. So I'm gonna look away from it, okay? I'm gonna drink some water. So after I've just bashed like Sonic Frontiers and Genshin compared to the Genshin, which I said, you know, without the gacha element, which I've claimed does not need to exist. Let's get back to the game, right? What I mean is, like, in a post-Stanley Parable world, in my opinion, and again, I'm very biased towards it because it's my favorite thing ever. In a post-Stanley Parable world, this game needs to exist. I think this game is meaningfully different enough that even though it is, to me, you know, and I hesitate to call things that way, but it is very, very reminiscent of, or parts of why I enjoyed Slay the Princess were very reminiscent of the times I enjoyed, the way I enjoyed the Stanley Parable. And it's inevitable because it's the one I played first, right? It is what it is. I feel like if you played Slay the Princess first and then you played the Stanley Parable, you might feel like the opposite exactly of what I'm feeling. And if it happens to be a favorite game, you'll be like, you know, Stanley Parable is good, but it's no Slay the Princess. Maybe you'll think that. I don't know. Let's talk about it. Slay the Princess is phenomenal, and from what I've gathered so far, it exceeded the boundaries of what I thought it would tackle. I really thought that there was a sort of, maybe not like, oh, it's easy to understand and get it, but I remember, I think during the stream, I said, like, the moment after the first loop concluded, I made a prediction. I was like, oh, I think I know how the game ends. And I said, here's how the game ends. The game ends after, like, we collect all of the vessels, like the moment we got to that, and like that requires us to explore different endings, and then once we do all the endings, there's going to be a choice at the end that's like a binary choice, and it's one or the other, slay the princess or don't slay the princess, you know. And there are two distinct ways the game ends, and it's those two endings. Those are the real actual endings, and that more or less turned out to be what the past like 4 hours were, right? Sure, the creators are inspired by Stanley Parable, and I don't think that's like, I don't find that hard to believe. In the same way, for example, like Severance, the TV show, was heavily inspired by the Stanley Parable, and frankly, that's a great thing for art. Is when, you know, it inspires more things later down the line. That's awesome. That's fucking great. And if Slay the Princess were just an inspired and they kind of just did the same thing but with a new coat of paint, I would have still been like, hey, you know, at least that's pretty cool. But no, I don't think that's the case. I don't think it was just the same thing with the new coat of paint. I think it is markedly different. I think it's superb. I actually think that, which was not my impression immediately. I think the first maybe 15 minutes, I was like, yeah, you know, I've played this before. I know what this is roughly like, so I can get into the flow of things, but I'm gonna pretend like I'm enjoying it at least. And then I think once we hit the hands and the arms, I was like, okay, that's a bit more interesting. And then towards the end, I think it crescendoed in a way I didn't think it could. I think it crescendoed into a struggle, I think maybe different from like the way I play. Maybe I experienced the struggle differently from other people, because for me, I went into this, my mindset going into this game, like before having played this game, I was completely 1000% on board with whatever the princess was cooking. I was on board with the concept of change, and like in my head at least, I'd thought about the question numerous times. The question, or questions like this. The questions namely being questions such as, would I be content with peace? Would I be content with a sense of nothingness? A sense of, no change, no more strife and struggle. If I were God, what would the world be like? Would I just stop strife and struggle from happening? Would it be a sort of serenity? One that is beautiful and graceful and, you know, has its time in the sun, but maybe it's time to end it. And so for the entire game, I was like, yeah, no, I love change. That shit is awesome. Even if it brings along pain and strife and harm, I'd be glad to do it over and over again. And really, up until the final moments of the gameplay just now, I was set on freeing the princess. I really did. I was set completely on freeing the princess up until like maybe 30 minutes ago. And then I started battling in my head because I'd never given it more thought than that. I thought, well, you know, why give the God question much thought? I'm not in the position to think that. I am human. I exist in the world and I bear its strife and struggle as a person, and I do so proudly and willingly. The struggle itself is enough to fill a man's heart. I will continue pushing the boulder up the hill, right? And then we got to the end. And by we got to the end, I mean I got to the end. As in, I thought, okay, that's the decision I would make now, because, you know, I'm young. I've got things to do. I've got lives to experience, and I would not want to deprive myself of that. I'm 60 years young after all. I've still got a long, you know, life ahead of me. But then I got to the end. And by that, okay, it's gonna sound fucking weird because I'm not very good at expressing myself in abstract topics, which is why I endeavored to do it better than I could ever. But anyways, I got to the end. I thought to myself for a moment, okay, so let's say we've experienced all of that change. Let's say we experienced every variation, every like thing there is to experience, everything, which is, you know, it's an infinite amount of time. Sure it is. But just because something's infinite doesn't mean we can't think about it, right? So then I thought about it. Okay, so what if I had spent an eternity? Which is, I don't think, a question I've ever thought of before. I've thought of eternity. I've thought of, okay, what if I were to spend an eternity? I've thought that. I've thought, what if I were to spend an eternity struggling and alone or whatever. Like when you think of, you know, forever, you think of, you think of forever either at the beginning or at the middle. You think of it at the beginning when you're like, oh, okay, everything ahead of me, that's it, that's the future. Or you think of it in the middle where, okay, there's a long stretch of forever behind me and there's a long stretch of forever in front of me. Okay. But for the first time in my life, thanks to this video game I played, and I don't know if it was intended. I think it probably was. I think it probably was. But for the first time in my life, I thought to myself, I thought in my head, what if I had spent forever? What if an infinite amount of time had already passed? What if I've done everything? What if every variation of project or cool idea or whatever that could have existed or doesn't exist? What if I read every book in the Library of Babel? And what if I'd internalized all of that in my mind? What if I had done everything? What if I had seen everything? What if I had lived forever and what if my existence had committed in its passage of time almost a super task, been able to do an infinite amount of things in a finite amount of time? That's what a super task is. What then? What then of change, of chaos, of death, and of a malleable sort of existence that can be described as cruel and horrible and violent, but also as loving and compassionate and beautiful and serene and whatever? And so I feel as though for the first time in my life, I could kill the princess. I think I've lived my entire life up until this point thinking about, well, essentially living in the idea that I would never kill the princess. The princess and its variations and the change of the world is brilliant and it's wonderful and it's great. It could never end it. But I put myself in the position of, okay, but what if I had done what was impossible? What if you were God? Because that's, you know, what it takes to do impossible tasks, right? Essentially, is you're a little presumptuous. You're a philosophy major playing God as you will. For a moment, I thought about what if I was a god? What if I was not a god, but maybe just, God in its entirety, capital G. Maybe not in the Abrahamic sense, but in the more wider general sense, right? I thought, maybe not would I enjoy slaying the princess, but like when it comes time to, could I slay the princess? And that's when I slayed the princess. I understood as narrator fearing death for him and his loved ones, so he trapped us to kill the concept of change, and killing her means eternity for the world. That's 100% the way I saw it too. But what I'm saying is, like, the easy, maybe not the easy answer, but like, before having really thought about this, if I had to choose to slay the concept of change before these past 6 hours, I would have been like, fucking no, definitely not. Having understood that, the narrator, this is because we have a mortal fear, a natural but normal fear of death and change. And, we want to protect our loved ones and the world and existence as we know it. So we've trapped someone and we've created a god, the player, a world and a god and multiple characters, I suppose, multiple gods to fight, to battle, and ultimately to resolve. And that resolution, we want to drive forward to be to kill the concept of change, right? And to retain an eternity for the world. And that is like out of this maybe like a selfish but perhaps immature human perspective, something that seems enticing immediately. I went into this knowing that, or roughly understanding that if that were presented that situation, I would have easily said, no, I'm not killing the princess, I'm gonna stay here. But I didn't. I slayed the princess. And that's because I didn't think of it as what I would do. Like, what would Charis Euphranor, the last librarian of Alexandria, the first and last philosopher vtuber, would he slay the princess? I don't think he would. But I think a god that has experienced everything to be experienced and to live, to perceive, not, or maybe even perceive is a word that fails to capture what it is that a god exists and like can do. But I put myself in the god's eye view, and I thought, what would I do if I was a god? And I think if I were a god, I would slay the princess. Think. But I'm not. So I wouldn't. But if I wasn't me, like if I wasn't human, if I wasn't the last librarian of Alexandria, if I wasn't a VTuber, if I wasn't all those things, I would not have slayed, or if I wasn't all those things, if I was nothing, if I was not mortal, if I was not, or if I was godly, if I was to assume the role of God in any way of a world, I think I would do that. I would just end it. Not because I hate it and I hate the princess and I want to destroy the princess to protect change or to protect my loved ones or whatever, like, or stillness or whatever. I just love the concept of that. No, it's just I'm putting myself in the perspective of what if I had seen and done everything. What would I do after having done everything? Which is why 2 hours ago, is it 2 hours ago? Sorry, I said that this game feels like the heat death of idea to me. This is kind of like, I think part of what the game does is put me in a headspace that's akin to the heat death of the universe, where, okay, change and chaos and constants has happened and happened and happened and happened and happened and happened. Is there going to be a heat death of the universe? Well, we suspect so, yes. But let's say that we don't know. And let's say that we have the choice. Do we want a heat death for the universe or not? Do we want the universe to go on forever in the way that it does? Or do we want the universe to experience the heat death eventually? And I said, yes, I think the universe should die of a heat death. Not now. Not in 100 years. Not in 1,000. Not in 100 billion. Eons. Do I want the heat death of the universe? But after some time, after an infinite amount of time, there should be a heat death of the universe. And that was what that conclusion of the game was for me. Which is like maybe kind of weird to say. I don't know. That's how I've thought about. That's how I felt about this game and why I like think the game is really fucking good. Stanley Parable walks so the Sailor Princess could run, as it were. I think that's like sort of like maybe, because I do think this game deals with concepts that expand upon and evolve upon the concepts that the Stanley Parable does, but not in a way that's like, this is like, oh, that's included in this, so you just buy the package that has both of those things. But no, they're done entirely differently, in a good way. In a meta sense, is killing the princess simply finishing the story and closing the game? It is, yeah. You can think of it that way. On a meta level, I did kind of give it some thought in the sense that, like, okay, I feel maybe if I don't kill the princess now, they're gonna loop me back and the credits won't roll and I'll just keep playing. And then I've been streaming for like 5 hours already. I feel like I should stop streaming. I feel like I should stop streaming now and end the game, so I'll just do that. I did think about that. That's not why I made that decision, but it is something I thought about. So I guess I hope that answers your question for the God question too. You know, what would you do if you were God? I'm not. You see? I am me. I'm Charis Euphranor. I'm the first and last philosopher of VTuber and the last librarian of Alexandria, and I'm desperately unemployed. And I'm also playing this I was gonna say 𝓶𝓾𝓻𝓭 Princess. No, that was 2 days ago. I'm also playing Slay the Princess. I'm not. But if I was, I would grant the universe a heat death. At the end of time, I would. But not any sooner. But I would. I don't want I think change for a very, very long time and for every perceivable outcome, for every infinity, it should happen. The princess should live forever. The princess should live for an infinite amount of time. The princess should live forever. And then I will kill her. As the last act to ever be done. I'm okay with closing the book. I'm okay with letting something end. I'm okay with letting the world end in that way. Not in the way that's like, you know, like we're destroying it all or whatever. But no, once every permutation and once an infinite amount of time has passed, okay, here's what I will say. Once an infinite amount of time has passed, I would slay the princess. That's my answer. So does that mean, oh, so that means you wouldn't, right? Because, you know, an infinite amount of time means you would never. No. I would, but after infinity. But such a concept is inconceivable. Yes, to a mortal mind, that's exactly the case. Yes, which is why I, Charis Euphranor, would never, the first and last philosopher VTuber, would not, the last librarian of Alexandria, would not slay the princess. But if I were a god, which would be a very different existence, I don't think it would be existence at all, really. But if I were put in a position of godhood, I would do it. I would slay the princess. And frankly, if there is a god, perhaps that's what he's done too. Maybe that is why there's a heat death in the universe. There's a hard deadline, really, for everything as we know it, for change to occur. Maybe if there was a god, for our existence, God has slain the princess. And for the first time in my life, in the 60 years I've lived in this library, I can see why. I can see why God has. Maybe I'm on to nothing, I don't know. I feel like if I said this to like my other philosophy major friends, they would make fun of me and they'd be like, that's a shitty answer, Charis. That sucks. Where are your premises and reasoning? What do you mean end after change? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know, man. I played a video game today and it made me think about some things. Say the prince is really good. Never ascend to godhood, please, we would not be able to handle it. I know you wouldn't. The princess is dead and God killed her. If I were a god, I would want the ebb and flow and flow of change and time to continue so everyone can experience the world, but not explore all of it so they aren't burdened with the high and low of existence. So you would entrap them only into the highs of existence and not expose them to the lows? That's interesting. I can't say it's not like maybe even a noble decision. I just don't think it's something I would do. The princess being the force of change is cool as a juxtaposition. I think it is pretty cool. As well. I haven't talked... Yeah, so now that I've delved into the philosophical aspect of this game a little bit, just a little bit, and how, at least in relation to how I feel about it having played it. I guess maybe briefly I want to talk about the other aspects of the game before I end the stream, because I should end the stream soon. I should end it relatively soon. I don't understand one thing though. Why are you a bird? I've answered that for you in my lore video. Actually, no, not yet, but I will. That's why.
But what was our relationship to the princess before the cabin?
I feel like that's a lore question. One that I don't have the sufficient answer to because I haven't played enough of the game yet.
Highs and small amounts of lows.
That's fair. Like, or rather, I can see why you would think that. I feel like if I were in that position, that's not what I would do though. But again,
Poggers.
that's what I would do if I were in that position. Evidently, as shown, I can see every reason to not slay the princess. And I think for a very long time I've lived that reason. I've lived the reason to not slay the princess, to allow that to happen, to live on. But today I was like, you know what? But what if I had done all of it? What if I experienced everything? And
if you close your eyes, EOO, doesn't it almost feel like nothing's changed
and
at
that's
all?
why you're going away, Parrot. That's why we don't have you here in these conversations. This is so good. You're gonna upload a YouTube video. Ever would require me to sift through 6 hours of footage to like edit something down, or write and script a new one and edit it. And frankly speaking, it's really good. Am I compelled to write a video essay about this? Not really. I just feel like it's not my thing. I don't think it's my thing. What I will do is just leave the stream up, and I hope people find it. And if someone wants to, out of their own accord and free will, as I will allow them their free will, edit my thoughts into something shorter and more bite-sized and upload it as a separate video, and then profit from the views there. If you want to do that, if you think what I'm cooking is like I'm really cooking, the first person to take whatever the fuck I said and just like kind of edit it down and then upload it separately, you get to take all the credit for that. I don't care. You can do that. You can absolutely do that. You want to steal my idea and just post it as your own video essay? You can do that as long as you credit me. Just credit me. Put my name on it. You could totally do that if you wanted. Would I do that though? No, I don't think I would. Down these long ass streams, I'll edit this. I mean, don't worry. We have an eternal universe ahead of us for you to do that. So, what's the rush? When I first played the demo, I thought I was a dragon tasked with slaying the princess. Interesting. But yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah. And in a meta sense, I implore you to consider this. If what I just said just now sounds a little strange, like, you know, the whole heat death of the universe thing, the whole closing of the book makes no sense. Maybe it would help if you think about it in the terms of the game itself. Think about it this way. If your first decision in the game was to, you know, free the princess or sit with them, never to slay them, have it go on and have the cycle loop on forever. And then what did you do? And then you went into the gallery and you looked at all these and you said, I'm going to collect every one of these. I'm going to do this one, 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 this one. Okay. Yeah. You do all of them. You've seen all the voices, all the characters. They're all super cool. It was really well done, well drawn, and well acted. The scenes maybe are funny as well. Okay. Now that you've done all of this, now that you've completed every one of these, and every time you've gotten to the end, you said, I'm going to free the princess. What's the last thing you do before you delete the game from your computer so you can make more space to play fucking, like, Helldivers or some shit? What's the last thing you'll do? I hope it's like, I hope, like, that was a rhetorical question. I hope you arrived at the same conclusion as I was. Well, Charis Euphranor, once I've done everything else, we give this princess a big smooch. Exactly, you do that, right? And then what? It's a rhetorical question, right? Well, and then you close the game. You slay the princess. Do you see how one and the same those actions are? You stop the game from existing. You remove the construct. You delete the construct. You let it end. Not because you hate the game. You're not uninstalling Slay the Princess because you hate it. You're on it, or like, you know, you didn't enjoy it, or you didn't have time with it. It's actually the opposite. It's because you've experienced the love of the game. You've played it over and over again. You've done every ending and you've loved it, and you've spent numerous times in discussion boards debating with other people, telling them how they're wrong. And then what do? You uninstall the game, but you're not uninstalling because you hate it. You're uninstalling because, well, I'm done with the game now. I'm okay with not playing this game anymore. And maybe, you know, you're moving on to a different video game. You're uninstalling it so you can make space in your hard drive for like Helldivers, or you're re-downloading Baldur's Gate 3 because they allowed, like, you know, modding for custom campaigns. So like there's another reason to sink 500 more hours into Baldur's Gate 3, right? But, you know, you move on. Yeah, you just let go of the game. And not because you hated it, but because you've loved it and you've enjoyed the experience, and you said, okay, that's it though. I'm done. I can let it go now. I'm done. And now you think of that and you extract that to a macro scale about your your existence. Maybe just you start with your existence first. Okay, I've done everything in my life. You know, you say you've been given the pill for immortality. You can do whatever you want. Would you at any point consider killing yourself? And that should not be taken out of context. What I mean is, like, you know, say that you are immortal. Would you really live with immortality and that's it? You would live with immortality for a very long time, maybe even for an infinite amount of time. You would. But once you have, or rather not once, there's a difference between an immortal being and God, right? An immortal being cannot experience an infinite amount of time. Cannot finish experiencing an infinite amount of time. Right? It's like a super task, right? There's an infinite amount of things to do in a finite amount of time. You can't do it. Because at the end of the day, you are like human, right? Or you're like a being limited by the way you exist in the universe and time itself. I still feel pain if I became immortal? If you want to, yes. But if you don't want to, no. But have you seen that? Have you seen that? And again, I'm going to quote Vsauce on this. Have you seen that Minefield episode? It's actually the first one, I think. I think it's the first Minefield episode. Have you seen that episode where, like, they put a guy in a room of boredom for, like, no, they show a guy a buzzer and they demo it. The guy pushes the buzzer. Ow, it's an electric shock that hurts me. The guy realizes the electric shock causes objectively pain, and then they ask him, would you ever do that again? And the guy kind of is like, no, I would never do that. That hurt. And then they put him in a room for like 5 minutes with the buzzer and nothing else to do. He didn't have his phone with him. It was just a room, and there was, like, you know, it was just a standard room. And then the guy I swear to God, it was like in 5 minutes, the guy looked at the buzzer and picked it up and just like pressed the button again, and then felt the pain. I was like, oh, that's good. Like, he was like excited about the pain. Even though moments ago he was like, no, I would not push the button again. That hurt me. So to answer your question, do I still feel pain if I become immortal? Only if you want to, and it won't take very long for you to want to. Why does it sound like you're laying off a seasonal worker? What? I'm not. Every story has an end and it has a closing chapter. That's why you're fired today. Sorry. Goodbye. Good luck with the job hunt. We can write you a great recommendation letter, though. At least. No, but I think the profundity of the game for me is not that. You know, it is really the closing of it, I suppose. Is the not just though as in objectively, oh, the ending as in the last portion of the game. I mean the ending as in, like, the concept of ending for me. I think the game that did pretty well. I would say, yeah, if what Stanley Parable gave me as a video game experience was the existential introspection required for, or rather, if what the Stanley Parable made me think about was choice, and it did, that was what the game was. Stanley Parable was a game about choice. It was about choices. I feel like this Slay the Princess was about finality, if that makes any sense. It's not what it features, because everything features a finality. There's a finale in every TV show. There's a closing act in every film. I don't mean that it features an ending. I think it's about ending things. That's what it's about. Experiment would be different with me. I would rather feel nothing than pain. Most people say that until they like are put in that experiment. Most people say that, but you don't know. Like, if it's not 5 minutes for you, it's 30. If it's not 30 minutes for you, it's maybe an hour. If it's not an hour, maybe 5. If it's not 5, well, maybe it's a day. You're trapped in a room. Okay. What if it were 48 hours? There's a certain amount of time before you kind of look at the button again and you go, you know what, I want to press it just to feel that little shock, you know? I kind of want to feel it. That's the point of it, right? I would constantly press the shock button, as would everyone, I think. I want to say that I wouldn't, but as much as I want to say that, I probably would. Like, I would give in to my human nature, I think. I would cave. But yeah, this game, I think, made me think about finality. It made me think about change initially, but that's not the first time I've thought of it. It was the first time I've ever thought about the closing of the Book of Change, though. In a godlike position. I will say it's the first time it's ever done that. And that's really cool. What if I attempt to break the wall and scrape at the walls? You can do that, yeah. And then what happens after you realize, okay, that doesn't work? And you're like trapped there, that's it. The game is called, sorry, the video is called Isolation, by the way. It's the first episode of season 1 of Mindfield. So it's Vsauce. So if you search Vsauce Mindfield season 1 episode 1, it was free before they made everything free too. So it should be extra easy to access it. It's the one about isolation. It's the one where Michael traps himself in a room for 3 days. But you would like press the button in shock yourself. You would do that. That's the idea, is you would do that. We would do that because that's human. And we love that change, even if it involves pain in any way. And we embrace it, and we embrace these differences. But having played this game now, what's the question? Begging the question, okay, what happens afterwards? After that? After all of that, will you slay the princess? If you were put in that position to. Yeah, I would. I think I would. Which is cool, because I never thought never thought I would up until that point. I always thought, no, I would never slay the princess. But actually, no, I would. Gets into the Looney Tunes bin. Oh, the Looney bin. I thought you said gets into the Looney Tunes bin because you break through the wall or something, and then there's like a U-shaped hole in the wall. Yeah, you would go insane probably, yeah. Okay, that's enough of the existential philosophical themes of the game and my glance. I know I said that earlier, but I wanted to get back into it because the questions were interesting. I want to briefly talk about everything else of the game. The voice acting, I think, I was unimpressed the first 10-15 minutes. Partially because I felt as though the man doing the narration, for example, was not... If you will permit me to say this, his voice didn't strike me as a narrator voice. So that's why I initially was kind of like, oh, I don't know if it's impressing me yet, but it's pretty good. And then we hear the princess for the first time, and then it's a sort of, how do I say this? I think the voices they put on, at least in the initial appearances of them, where they put on very like mundane voices, if you were. They didn't do a voice, if that makes any sense. They didn't put on like an attractive voice. They didn't do that. And to me, I was kind of like, oh, okay, all right, whatever. You know, they have like voices that are fine. They're very sufficient. But I wouldn't say like they were beautiful voices that I was enamored by. Unlike, for example, the narrator's voice in the Stanley Parable, which was a beautiful voice that I was enamored by. Or maybe the voice acting in Hades, for example, another indie game, that I was like, these are beautiful voices, and I'm just enamored by it. I love it. That said, I didn't think the voice acting was bad. I just didn't like think it was beautiful, which is different, right? This is a whole value judgment. And then they started hitting us with the variations for the voices. They started hitting us with the princess variations. They started hitting us with the voices in the hero's head variations. And then I was really impressed because I realized, no, the point of the game, they didn't intend to use a beautiful voice. They intended to use a voice, a singular voice that was able to encompass a wide range and variety of different voices, because that's the point. It's the range of it that's the importance. And then once I grasped that, I was like, that's amazing. Holy shit. I love the voice acting now. I went from like, it's kind of whatever, like it's kind of good, like it's good, it does its job, it's efficient, and it's not distracting at all, it's not bad by any means, to wow, it's incredible, this is really good. That's what I'll have to say for the voice acting. And I haven't seen all the voices yet. There's probably more. And you know, as some of you mentioned earlier, like there are voices that are your favorites that I haven't seen yet. That could happen, and I could do another playthrough of this game where I explore all those other endings as well. I look forward to that too, actually, and I intend to. 100% the game, I think. But yeah, like it was one of the things, much like the game itself, that really flipped on its head my impression of it. The moment a certain point has passed and I got the game. Like I had the moment that I was like, oh, I understand this now. So that goes for the story, the structure of the game, and for the voice acting of the game, where initially I was like not sure, and then I really liked it. Something I just liked right from the beginning, something that I don't think took any time to get used to for me, was the art direction. I thought it was really good all the way from the beginning. I didn't really have any qualms, or rather, my opinion of it didn't go up. It was consistently high for the whole game. I was like, this game's art style and direction is really great. Yeah, what else is there to talk about? I suppose as like kind of aspects of the game itself. The gameplay loop, yeah, it took me a little while, because when I was like, oh, we're just looping back into the woods again to see different interactions and what would happen with the princesses, and depending on that, the princess would be different, was like kind of like, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But what made it what made it go from satisfactory to excellent was the multiple chapters that tie into some of the routes or endings, that they're not just being 1 or even 2 chapters. Sometimes there's 3 and even 4, or you know, maybe even more than that as we explore more options, right? But also then maybe it was helped because I played I got the arms early. I got to the quote-unquote true ending early. Maybe that's why I felt like it ramped up. Or rather, like, my satisfaction with the game was like, it went from satisfied to excellent, and then the ending delivered, and it went from excellent to like, this is an all-timer, I think. Soundtrack. Oh my god, yeah, sorry, I forgot to talk about the soundtrack. The soundtrack I'd forgotten about completely. Even right now, as I'm in the main menu listening to it, I'd forgotten about it. I don't know what that says about the soundtrack beyond it being excellent, because the goal, I didn't hear the music. Does that make sense? It should, right? I think it was described someone much, and it's not even a difficult saying. Like it's like a common phrase, right? Like the best type of music is the like in regards to media, right? The best kind of soundtrack is the one you don't hear. Not the one that doesn't exist, mind you. No. You hear silence. When it's quiet, you hear quiet. You hear the long quiet. You hear silence. When there's nothing going on in the game, when it's just dead silent, you hear it. You go, oh shit, everything went quiet. What's going on? If the music were jarring, you hear it. You go, oh, I don't know if that fits the tone of this. If the music is really good, but, you know, is too distracting, too grand, or too exciting, or too whatever, it steals your attention and focus away from the experience of the game itself, or the film, or whatever, right? You hear that music too. I did not hear the music for this game when I was playing it. I don't think I heard anything. I just experienced the game. That's how I feel about the soundtrack. So in short, like, perfect. I guess if you want to put it on a scale, like, oh, it's whatever out of 10, which I think is just like, you know, I think it's pointless, but that's just me, right? But if you want to, I guess that's where you would do it. I don't like that personally though. A lot of the background sounds and chains and heavy machinery, yeah, and all of the knife sounds are just the sound effects. So I talked about the soundtrack. The sound effects are all like, they hit perfectly. They're all good. The knife sound, the sheathing, the swinging, the breathiness of, like, you know, I guess the characters, the footsteps, the shackles, the table, the walls, the creaking of the woods, the treading of the path as it goes from walking in from outside the cabin to walking within. That all feels right. It just feels good. It feels good. Yeah. I feel like it wasn't, again, I didn't really hear it, I suppose. I just played the game and I just experienced the game. What else is there? What else? I think that's every element of the game we talked about. Right, the writing of the game I've already talked about. That's the first thing. That's kind of like the soul. To me, that's the soul of the game. Personally, with these types of games, these, like, you know, choice light novel, visual novel, walking simulator type games, right? Like, the writing is the soul of it. And so the first thing I addressed was the soul of the game, which, you know, I've already given my thoughts on. Is it a story about love? I don't know. I don't know if I know if the story is about love. I think the story features love, and I think that what it's about encompasses love. When you think of love, you do have to think of the related concepts here. But I don't know if the story is about love. I feel as though the story is about is the struggle between change and finality, if you will, right? Or maybe change and eternity, maybe. Is it the whole, if you love something, you gotta let it go? Play more and you'll feel the love? I don't know. I kind of felt it for the last one. Sorry. I'm just speaking for the people when I say I felt that in the tower ending, but I'm just speaking for the people, okay? Anyways. Yeah. That was great. Oh, one more thing. Maybe I could talk about the mechanics briefly. I like that some bits of it felt accessible in that, for example, if you want to explore, and I think that's the perfect word to describe what that is, that option is, they have a thing that's brackets explore. At first I thought it was a bit handholdy. At first I was like, I don't know if you should do that. Like, I don't know if you should, like, if it makes the game too handholdy for the player and they know everything, like they can see that on meta level. But I find that actually really helps. Like, I think that makes perfect sense to include as part of the game experience. Once it got more complicated, at least. The action, the choices were full of life. I didn't feel as though they were mundane, uninteresting choices. Oftentimes, when I play games like this, I feel as though there are not enough choices. I feel like these choices suck, you know, for like dialogue options. I don't know if I would say any of these. For this game, I might have once or twice complained about that, like when I was playing it, but really I'd never felt that. In fact, I may have felt a little bit of the opposite, where in some sense it felt a little overwhelming. Like, you're just slamming me with 20,000 choices to make, or like, you know, they're slamming with like 10 choices to talk about. Like, the last 2 are the action options and the 8 are explore. I click on one explore option and then suddenly 3 more explore options pop up after that. That's crazy. Like, a part of me thought when I was playing at the time, it'd be better for you to color code it so I could find it easier. What are the new options that have come out rather than the same list of options, like explore options? But in hindsight, that would have only made things more confusing, because I imagine a player would read too into that. So the fact that they didn't do that, I think, was intentional. Or like, I don't think they didn't think of that. I think they intentionally thought of that and decided not to do it. Love the writing choices. Feels like they read my mind sometimes. Yeah, me too. Like, there are countless times where I'm commentating on the game and I'm thinking something like, I'm like, what the hell was she eating though? Like, couldn't we starve her by now? And then immediately as I'm scrolling down the dialogue options, you see like, what the hell? What have you been eating? Have you had anything to eat or drink before I was here? And I was like, oh shit, the game thought about what I was thinking about right now, right at the moment I thought it. That's weird. Oh shit. It keeps shining with someone over and off is more. Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air. And I think like, so if I had not played the ending, like if you asked me maybe 3 hours ago how I felt about the dialogue options, I would have said that actually it felt a little overwhelming at times. It felt like a little too much. Like, I felt like there's too many things. Just maybe give me like 5 options, but I want those 5 options to exactly capture my mind and everything I want, which is, it's an impossible demand, right? It's an impossible demand to say, I want this game to read my mind right now and have exactly what I want in my mind, what I have in my mind, but only allow it like 5 guesses for what could be on your mind right now. It's a paradoxical ask, I understand, and it's not something realistically you could ask of any game or expect of. However, once I got to the end again, I realized, or maybe I hope that it was intentional, part of the intentionality of the game, the way it was designed, is actually for you to feel overwhelmed by the choices and variety. I think you're supposed to feel that. You're supposed to feel like there's so many fucking choices to make. What the hell? There's so many like things to think about. There's so much shit going on. Indeed, that's true. That is the point. As I later realized as I finished the game, that was the point of that experience that the game wanted to deliver. It may seem initially like you're boxed in a space, like, oh, I'm stuck here and I can only go to the cabin, I can't go anywhere else. That sucks. What the hell? The narrator's trapping me in a corner. It may seem like that initially, but then as you delve into it and make more choices in this world, the choices, it expands. It's human almost, like, like you're in a sandbox. At first, you look at the sandbox, you make maybe like a grass plot or whatever of land, and then you go like, well, there's not that much shit to do. Okay, there's like a flat land, and then you add some water here, you do whatever, like there's a farm, maybe some animals. Animals don't do many things, whatever, it's uninteresting. And you think like there's not a lot of variety in the sandbox. You add a human in there, or a person, whatever. And then all of a sudden the human has 10,000 things that the human can do. And then there's like 100,000 ways the human could interact with its surroundings, like with the animals and with the ground and with the land and with the water and with like the animals with each other. And then you add another human, and then those humans have like 100,000 more interactions with each other. And then all of a sudden this thing that seems limited and finite seems almost infinite from the depth of it. It's kind of like, how would I describe it? It's kind of like if you like Doctor Who. I don't watch Doctor Who, but that's the example I would raise, right? It's kind of like you step into the TARDIS for the first time. You look outside, you're like, it's a phone booth, whatever. It's not that big. Well, how big could it be? You open it, boom, it's bigger than the inside. That is really cool. That strikes me as the human. That is an interesting way to encompass what the human experience is like, or what existence is like from an outside perspective, which the game does. Again, the game initially puts you in this box and goes, okay, I'm sorry, mate, that we've trapped you in this box and, you can't get out of this box, but I promise you'll love the box inside. And you kind of skeptically go, I don't know, will I? You dive deeper into the box and you realize how expansive it is. It's almost infinite, right? If not infinite. You start digging around and realize all this cool shit. That's the whole box speech that the arms do, right? At the towards in the space between or whatever, in between the endings, in between the vessel collecting. There's a whole box idea, right? The box is great. Like you say you want to leave it, but then you come back to it. You just love the box. You love opening the box and just fidgeting with it. You just love playing with the box. You could never let it go. You could never let it go. And so the question is, could you let it go? Could you let go of the box? Could you slay the princess? Could you do that? Even. And you know, the answer towards the end that I have picked, at least, that I believe was the way the game was nudging me towards, at least as a final answer, is yes. Yes, I can. I can slay the princess, and I will do it. I'll slay the princess. I will destroy the box. I loved it. Not because I hate... No, I'm not slaying the princess again because I hate it, but I'm slaying the princess because it's great. So that, like, the way those dialogue choices made me feel about the game directly correspond with the themes and ideas of the game, which I think is a brilliant, you know, point of game design, I suppose, is that the way you make those choices and how those choices overwhelm you in a, like, to some extent, is exactly the way you should be feeling about the concepts and themes that the game plays with, which is fucking cool. Great. It's great. It is a horror game. There were some flashing lights, and there are bits where, like, it's, you know, it didn't spook me, but it was kind of like a whoa, oh shit, what's going on, right? Like, so that's good. At least it's like, I was a little worried that the game would be quote unquote cheap, or rather it would do cheap jump scares. But it doesn't have to do that in order to be horrific in the best way possible. So that's great. It's good that it's not like, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, it doesn't have to do that. What's the Germa sound where he does like the The game didn't have to do that, so good on it for that. Which voice was your favorite and which voice was your least favorite? I don't think I had a favorite. I liked the contrarian, not the voice, but I liked the dialogue of the contrarian voice. But the narrator and the various voices were funny as well. The princesses, I think, had a bit more variety in their voices. If I had to compare. Out of all of them? I don't know, maybe Tower as well. The theme of perception, how the princess changed drastically based on how you perceive her. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't think that's what the game is about. If that makes sense. I don't think the game is about perspective. But the game employs perspective masterfully to get you to what it's about. What do you mean, of course you like? That doesn't... Shut up. That doesn't mean anything. I don't think the game was about perspective per se. I would say maybe something a game like Superliminal is more about perspective. But you are right though, that it is a theme. It is a recurring theme. It is definitely. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I wanted to make a distinction very clear when I say I appreciate the way the game does this, does perception, is it employs its perception masterfully and perspective masterfully to get to where it wants to get you to. You know, if you as the player perceive the princess as a threat, so you grab the knife, the dagger, whatever, she becomes a threat. She becomes more threatening. She sees you coming. She hears your footsteps. She taunts you. She is confident that, you know, you're not gonna fucking kill me. And unless you just straight up go straight to business, you can't really kill her. And even if you do kill her, you don't really kill her. You could never have slayed the princess. But if you try to, it's gonna be a lot more difficult to. I think. Not difficult to, but if you try to, the princess shows animosity in return. Whereas if you perceive the princess as, oh, she's just a helpless princess, damsel in distress. She's a damsel in distress. She's maybe, you know, too simple. So when you ask, like, hey, what do you want to do? And she's just like, I just want to make you happy. It's like unsettling, but in the best way possible, because that's the route that's how you've perceived her. You've perceived her as completely harmless and non-threatening, to the point where she just has no agency. Like, she's not even a real person at that point. You've just zeroed in on, oh, she's a princess to be saved. She's a princess to be saved. She's a princess to be saved. And so, well, here you go. Here's a princess to be saved. And that's all that the character is. And the way that pertains to, you know, your choices going into the cabin, very cool. Very, very cool. Super, super interesting thing. And you figure it out fairly quickly too as a player, which is why when, you know, we got to the vessel, right after I did the ending where you just keep stabbing her over and over again, and you fight to the death, and she's a wraith, and it's fucking terrifying, and it's horrible, and it's gory, and it's fuck, it's an eternal struggle. When you get to that, or when I got to it, sorry, immediately afterwards I was like, oh no, okay, I'm gonna make some decisions and change my perspective a bit so that we get the nicer princess. I just want to see the nicer princess now. I've had enough of the fucking eternally terrifying wraith ghoul princess. I'm good. I felt a little called out by the tower ending, but it is what it is. Yeah, I guess that's how I feel about it. I missed some comments earlier as I was rambling, so I'm gonna scroll back up and try to read them. Like anytime you analyze games, it's like flowers come out of your mouth. Thank you. Those are very kind words. And you're lucky. You're lucky you caught me now, or I'm a bit more like emotional and less snarky, because I'm usually a bit more snarky. But no, thank you. Those are very kind words. Don't understand so there's like, I'm scrolling through earlier comments, right? I don't understand one thing though. Why are you a bird? I feel as though the bird is supposed to be directly relevant to the whole caged bird idea. I think was what's because I think Tower is the one who says this, and she's the only one who says this so far. I think maybe the one at the end also says this. The what's her form name? The end of everything. Yeah, maybe the end of everything also uses the bird in like comparison, but you are the bird because it's, I think, just meant to be a belittling comparison. It's supposed to be like, you're a bird trapped in a cage, which also doubles as a call to the narrator, who is presented as a raven or a crow, right? Is that right? So in a way, we are trapped, right? The narrator is a part of me in a sense, like we are a forged sense of the narrator. And I actually think, now that I'm thinking about it, it is so cool that it's paradoxical in nature. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, it is totally paradoxical. That slaying the princess is the only way to free yourself from this. Because if you don't slay the princess, you're subjecting yourself to eternally be within this game, I guess. Once you slay the princess, it all ends. It's over. Everything ends. And so in a sense, the only way to free not the princess, because the princess isn't real, it's you that's real. The only way to free yourself is to kill her. You have to, which, you know, points to the narrator being right. In that sense, I guess. You have to kill the princess. You have to do it. You just have to, okay? If you don't, you're trapped in the game. You're just playing it forever and ever and over, which is fun too. But maybe there's a time to go. Maybe you are the bird that sharpens its beak on the Diamond Mountain. That's It's not the way I saw it, but I don't know, maybe. It's a crime the VTuber game is next. Needy streamer overload. Is it? Is it like way worse than this game? What type of bird are we? I thought we were a crow, but they might be a raven, which is a different cultural connotation. It does, and I think it's up to interpretation. In the same way that, like, okay, answer me this, right? Is this a raven or a crow? The next game is the streamer overload. Yeah, I'm scheduled to do that tomorrow. It's a craven? No, that's a poor portmanteau of 2 words. There you go. That's your... That's my answer to, like, was the bird a crow or a raven? Well, it's funny that I made the same... Oh, shit, I'm lagging a bit. Sorry. It's incredible that I made the same thought. I had the same thoughts as this game did. I didn't play this game, by the way, before I made this concept. I have not. This is the first time I've played this. I've never played this before. If I saw the tail feathers, I could tell the difference. Schrodinger's bird? But also then, why is there a difference? Yes, there's different cultural connotations. Sure. How does that form your opinion of the bird itself? Oh, well, we're supposed to read the intention of the author. Well, you can read the intention of the author around and outside of the context clue that there's a black-feathered bird as well, right? You can do that. And once you've made those dots clear, it becomes maybe not a bit more obvious, but what the answer is. But it becomes more obvious what your answer is, doesn't it? You make up your mind. I like to think parrot is a crow because I like to say murder of crows. Right. It's a question I've thought about too. Is parrot a crow or a raven? I think parrot is a crow. Okay. If you want to know what parrot is, I can tell you, because I made parrot. You're not talking to the person who wrote Slay This Princess, but you are talking to the person who wrote parrot. So let me tell you, as the person who wrote parrot, what parrot is. Charis Euphranor thinks parrot is a crow trying to disguise itself as a raven, or maybe Charis Euphranor doesn't care for whether or not it's a raven or a crow, and thinks that above all else it's a parrot. Because what the fuck is it doing? Is it displaying any sign of intelligence? No, it's just reading. In fact, it's not even doing that very well. Parrot lore? Trust me, there's a lot more parrot lore that I have written that I'm not telling you. Not because I don't want to tell you, but because I'm trying to get it like into like a video. Like I'm trying to actually have it be like, you wouldn't understand my art. Like I'm actually having it, trying to make it something to be enjoyed, maybe perhaps as a video, as an animation, maybe. You'll see. Things are cooking. Very slowly, but things are cooking. One is seen as smart and helpful, the other is seen as an omen of death. Right, precisely. Parrot is a cockatoo. Parrot's a parrot. Here's the thing, parrot's a parrot. Parrot is neither crow nor raven. Parrot is a parrot. Exclamation mark reminder, pay our team. We'll do that once we get 500 subscribers, and we can get like membership money from people. Then we'll start paying our team back. It'll be great. Our team's ecstatic for that, that's for sure. Anyways, I don't want to hold anyone too much further because it's been about 7 hours since I've streamed. And I don't want to hold myself further. I've got shit to do. And tomorrow I've got to play Needy Streamer Overload 2, which is a lot. It's a lot of things to do. And I want to make sure I leave time for that. Like, as in, like, time in my mind to stew on this game, but also on that game. My apologies for rushing through these games so much. But you know what? Here's a promise I can make. We'll revisit this game. We will revisit Slay the Princess. I will revisit to try to do 100% completion. I don't know if I'll be able to do it in one more stream. Maybe it'll take 2 more streams. Who knows? But I'm going to revisit this and finish it to completion, and then update my thoughts on the game. That's what I'll do. You need like 4 subs? You don't understand how long I've needed 4 subs for. Wait, no, I only needed like, I thought I need 8 subs. I was on 8 subs for a while, wasn't I? Or like 7. Sorry, my game is like lagging a bit because I opened up a web browser to check. Which in hindsight is a terrible idea. I'm not gonna do that anymore. Oh god, my thing is like lagging out. Yes, it's time to slay the stream. I'm going to slay the stream now. I hope everyone enjoyed it. We'll come back again though. No, we're not slaying the stream. Here's what we're doing. We're just walking away from the stream. We're not slaying it yet. That's what I'm saying. So you've gained 4 this week. 4 wahoo. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. I'm going to leave, and I'll come back tomorrow for Needy Streamer Overload. Thank you everyone for watching me and joining me. And I hope you enjoyed me playing it, and I hope you, more than that, I hope you enjoyed my thoughts on the game. That's the stuff I really hope you enjoyed. Because I played it and I enjoyed it myself. But I don't think I was very interesting in my commentary during the game. During the game I was kind of like, yeah, okay, I got this. And then like, being a bit snarky as well. I don't think I was very funny during the gameplay of it, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope that was enjoyable. I'm gonna go now. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks everyone who joined me, and thank you everyone who's watching me from the VOD, from the time beyond now. Oh god, my OBS is like lagging hard, isn't it? Sorry. That transition just was terrible. Maybe that's the added effect. Maybe that's the Slay the Princess effect. The sharp jarring shift of it all, and the sudden darkness, and then seeing the black feathered bird there. Gray? Is it gray or black? Thanks everyone. See you all tomorrow.